Wonderful. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, commissioners of the New Mexico State Game Commission. Good morning, Department of Game and Fish, Director Mike Sloan, and the wonderful staff that I see on the screen. And good morning, everyone. A lot of members from the public I see are joining us here today. And it is just wonderful to have you all here on Friday, October 16th. I guess it's a little after 9 o'clock. I apologize for that little delay. And we're going to move right into our agenda. I'm not going to repeat what's already on our website. This is a virtual meeting. It should be a location in Taos, New Mexico. Unfortunately, due to COVID, we cannot be there, but we are here live, virtual, live streaming with you all. And I look forward to all of the things that we have on our agenda. That said, Director Sloan, I'm going to say that this meeting is now called to order. So, Director Sloan, would you mind taking the roll call, please?
Certainly. Commissioner Vesbach.
I'm here.
Commissioner Souls.
Here.
Commissioner Lopez.
Here.
Commissioner Kramer.
Here.
Commissioner Bates.
Here.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry.
Here.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Director Michael Sloan. It's wonderful that we have a quorum. We also have on our agenda, the next item is the approval of our agenda. This is an action item. Do we have any discussion on our agenda?
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Vesbach.
Yeah, I would propose an amendment to the agenda to add a second general public comments session towards the beginning of our meeting between agenda items 5 and 6 to provide for, specifically we have some guests that are planning to join us from the Tierra Amarilla land grant who would like to address us about a pretty complicated land transfer we've had going on since my very first commission meeting. And so I really love the opportunity to hear from them without them needing to wait around all day. So, so my motion is to add a general public comment section between items 5 and 6.
Okay, very good. Any other discussion?
I second the motion.
Very good. Can we have a vote, Director Sloan?
Commissioner Vesbach.
Yes.
Commissioner Souls.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer.
Yes.
Commissioner Bates.
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry.
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, Director Sloan, and thank you, commissioners, for that amendment. For the record, I will say that we now have a new agenda item. This is the general public comment, and it will occur immediately following Director Michael Sloan's director's report. The overview of Department of Activities. And after that general public comment, we will proceed into the this should be about 9:30, 9:15, 9:30. Okay. So moving right along, we have the next agenda item is a consent agenda. And this is one that I like to turn over to our vice chair. I can see that we have some action items, A, B, and C. The approval of minutes of our last meeting, September 11th. The approval of depredation and nuisance abatement report, and then the approval of special hunts draw deadline dates. So I'm going to turn this over to you, Vice Chair.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair. We created the consent agenda in order to move the commission meeting along on items or topics that were generally non-controversial. So I'm going to keep it short today, and I would like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda items as president in one group.
Do I have some discussion?
I need a second.
So
Or
moved.
was that a motion? I'm sorry, I didn't, was it
I
a specific
requested-
motion?
It was a specific motion to approve it, the consent agenda items A, B, and C.
Okay,
moved,
I
Madam.
didn't really hear the discussion, but that's fine. We can go right into the motion. And who's a second?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez and Vice Chair Roberta Salazar Henry. Okay, Director Sloan, we need a vote.
Commissioner Vesbach,
Yes.
Commissioner Souls,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry,
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Director Sloan. All right, let's move on to the next agenda item, which is the director's report. Director Sloan, we look forward to hearing from you.
Madam Chair, thank you. I have a short report today that really doesn't do justice to the wide variety of activities that our folks have been taking on, but I'll hit some of the highlights, and we have a brief video at the end of it, as has become tradition. I guess the first item I'd discuss is we've completed the first of the last two phases of the Rio Costilla project, which is restoring Rio Grande cutthroat trout to about 120 miles of stream on the Valle Vidal and the Bermejo Park Ranch. So that's pretty exciting. The project began in 2002, and we expect to be stocking fish in the spring of 2022. So it's been a long haul. We've stayed dedicated to it, and it's really impressive that we got folks out in the field, we're COVID safe, and got that work accomplished. So that's pretty exciting. As I'm sure you've seen in the newspaper, there was a large bird die-off. We've had folks out investigating that, sending samples off to the national lab. We don't really have any results at this point. There's a lot of speculation about what the cause was, but without getting that histopathology back from the lab, we really can't say what the reason was. As we swing into the bulk of the hunting season, our officers continue to be out on patrol. We've seen a number of poaching cases come forward. We have several really strong cases that will go through the judicial system, and we'll hopefully send some messages with those. At the AFWA meeting, it was decided that the winter WAFWA that we were going to hold at Tamaya will be held virtually in January. The July meeting is still kind of up in the air. It was supposed to be here in Santa Fe. Whether we're able to do that or not is obviously uncertain, as is most things at this point. We should be receiving and having a hearing on our Legislative Finance Committee program evaluation. We'll receive the report on October 22nd at an exit conference, and then we'll have a hearing October 28th. Really no indication of what's contained in that report, but I am looking forward to their evaluation of our program and see how we can be better. And our online engagements continue to draw interest. Everything from the Bass Challenge to the Ladies Social Hour, attracting quite a diversity of participants and interests. So that's exciting. Lance has been really active, keeping folks engaged with what we do and the outdoors. And along those lines, we have two sort of social media campaigns that we'd like to highlight with the video that Lance is about to play. So with that, I'll conclude and let Lance play that video if you don't mind.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Jessica here with New Mexico Department of Game and Fish. I'd like to share with you some books that I've discovered for kids that are all about hunting. Lucky Luke's Hunting Adventure, The Swamp by Kevin Lovegreen. Mom and Dad call me Lucky Luke. I love hunting. This is the story of the year I was finally old enough to hunt for white-tailed deer in Minnesota. It was the opener. That meant it was the first weekend of deer hunting. I could not wait. Dad started counting the points out loud. I don't think he could have believed how big the rack was. When he got to 16, his voice started getting louder. Mr. Lovegreen was kind enough to send us some autographed copies of this book, and we will be giving them away to some of our lucky listeners, so stay tuned on how you can get your own The Swamp. Take care.
My name is Katie DeLorenzo, and I've hunted in New Mexico for the past decade. And to me, fair chase means doing everything in my power to prepare for a hunt beforehand, so I can make a clean, ethical shot and care for the meat once my tag is notched. One of my proudest hunting moments was shooting a bighorn ewe in the Latier Peaks wilderness with my dad and carrying it off the mountain on my back. Whether it's working out or target practice, I honor the animals I hunt by being prepared. My name is Katie DeLorenzo, and I am Fair Chase.
That concludes my report, Madam Chair.
Wonderful. Director Sloan, that was just phenomenal. Commissioners, any comments or questions for the director on his report and the video?
It was nicely done. Very nice.
Thank you. Lance and his staff do a great job.
I agree. I agree.
Can I ask the director a question?
Absolutely. Thank you, Vice Chair.
In your report, you mentioned the Lady Social Hour. How is that progressing?
My understanding, and Lance might be able to speak to this a little bit better, is that we continue to add numbers. It seems to be well received. We're getting a good diversity of women engaging in the conversation. So I would say it's going very well and growing with each new episode.
Thank you. I also appreciate the women that have been putting this together and working as a team to engage women hunters. About 20% of hunters across the United States, and about almost that in New Mexico, are women hunters now. So I think it's a really important thing that Lance and his staff are doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I agree. The concept of education is so important. It is something that's very alive and well at the Department of Game and Fish. I know the Hunter Safety Program, the Mentor Program, we'll be hearing more about that. But the Book of the Month Club, I love that theme. My request to you, Director Mike Sloan, is that maybe at our next meeting, we hear more about the birds, the die-off on those birds. Sure. Hopefully we'll have something more concrete at that time.
Yeah, we're really hoping that the histopathology will give us some good solid results, but it's difficult to say at this point. We'll bring you up to speed as quickly as we can.
Okay, very good. So I think at this point we are ready to move on, and we are quite on schedule with the next agenda item. Thank you, Commissioner Vesbach. We're going to move right into this general public comment. And so I'm going to turn this over to you, Commissioner, if you would like to invite and work with Mr. Chief Lance Cherry on that general public comment and the introductions.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, yeah, Lance, Chief Cherry, maybe you can just let us know when we have panelists come up. But I think we have Steve Polaco, President of the Tierra Amarilla Land Grant, and Arturo and Archuleta with the Land Grant council, I believe, going to address us about the transfer of the lake up there near Chama that we approved contingent upon, I think, some final work at our my very first commission meeting for most of us. And but of course, this is general public comment, so if we had others join too, just let us know, Lance.
Will do.
And Lance, I would ask maybe if necessary, since this is kind of a complex issue that we've been going through for quite a while, if our two guests and it's a pending, an issue that we already approved pending final approval, if we go over 3 minutes a little bit, I'd like to allow that.
Okay. So I will bring in Arturo and Steve at this point. Arturo and Steve, you've been permitted to talk. You will need to unmute your mics.
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Arturo Archuleta. Can you guys all hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for being present today. We look forward to hearing from you, Mr. Archuleta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't know if Steve Polacco, if he's available. I know he wanted to just open and then he was going to turn it over to me. So I don't know.
Yes, this is Steve Polacco, President of the Tierra Maria Land Grant. Good morning, Madam Chair, and all the commissioners of the Game Commission, Director Sloan, everybody. Thank you. Buenos dias de Dios. And yes, Arturo was right. I'm introducing ourselves, and the issue is the transfer of the Laguna del Campo to the Tierra Maria Land Grant. So I will hand it over to Arturo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Steve, and commissioners again. My name is Arturo Archuleta. I work with the New Mexico Land Grant Council, which is a state agency similar to the Game Commission. It's a 5-member council. It's appointed by the governor, and we provide assistance to land grant communities throughout the state. We've been working for several years now with the Tierra Maria Land Grant on the transfer of the Laguna del Campo property. As you know, the commission determined that they were going to shut the lake down, and then the community kind of stepped up and asked that the lake remain open and that they transfer the property, and that's gone through the legislative process and the approvals. The one thing, unfortunately, that did not happen in the legislation was that the transfer included the transfer of the property, but it didn't mention anything related to the water rights. And so we have found ourselves in a little bit of a predicament in ensuring that the lake has the appropriate water rights to allow it to continue to serve as a fishing lake for the community and the general public. We have been in kind of discussions with the Department of Game and Fish, with Director Sloan and some of his staff, and really been for the past year or so trying to figure out a solution to make this work. Our first kind of option or idea was the potential to transfer some of the water rights that are owned, some irrigation rights that the department owns or the Game Commission owns north of the lake on a couple of properties. And that was kind of our thought in terms of being able to ensure that there was enough water to provide a recharge for the lake due to evaporation or seepage. And so one of the things that we did is we asked the state engineer's office to come in and do an abstract, which they did provide in July. We received a copy of that abstract that kind of looked at the issue. And to our surprise, we found that one, the irrigation rights that we were looking at to the north of the lake were not sufficient to make up for the consumptive loss that would happen through evaporation. And we also found that the original lease for the lake itself is sufficient in itself of a water right. And so there was 3 options that were kind of laid out. One was to kind of continue and transfer just the lake itself, and then consider some of those northern water rights, but those water rights, the exact amount is going through adjudication, so it's not clear if they'll retain the amount that are sort of in the original permit. And also, as I mentioned, it's probably not enough. Another option would be to split the the current right, since it was determined that there is enough right to split the storage right and the diversion right essentially on paper, the department would retain the diversion right and the land grant would receive the storage right. And the reason for that, our understanding is originally the reason for that was because we've been kind of in discussion with the downstream acequia, the downstream water users, and they wanted to ensure that not more water wasn't diverted into the lake than necessary. There's some old agreements that went with the permit in the 1930s that requires the return of excess water up into the upper ditch. And so, that's been kind of that was a point of contention to ensure that that was properly done. There was some concern by the downstream acequia that it's never been done in the history of sort of the lake. It hasn't been done correctly, and the infrastructure that was put in place to try to help that hasn't ever worked properly. One of the suggestions we had was to ensure that in any MOU that we move forward on, that we include language that makes it clear that the land grant in the lake is a junior user, and therefore in any times of drought, they wouldn't receive an allocation on the water and would work with the mayordomo. The third option, which is I think the option that the land grant has kind of come to support, would be to transfer the lake and all of the water rights that come with that lake to the land grant, just so that it's a full transfer and it's all encompassing. In option two, if the Game Commission were to retain the diversion right, they could opt to lease that right to the land grant, but then in a future commission could make a determination to change that, and that would potentially have an adverse impact on the lake because they would no longer be able to fill it, and that due to consumptive loss eventually would just dry out. And so for the land grant, I think it makes most sense if they were to transfer it in whole. In order to try to make that happen, one of the things the land grant's doing is there's a meeting scheduled next week with the La Puente Acequia Association, which is the downstream user ditch, to see if there can be some agreement in terms of the distribution of water and make sure that the folks are okay with that transfer happening. The notion for the community is that if we keep it local in the community, that'll sort of protect those waters for that lake far into the future. Even if we were to do a lease option, there's no guarantee that a future commission wouldn't decide to potentially change or sell that diversion right, which would cause problems for not just the lake, but could potentially cause problems for the downstream users as well. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for any questions you may have. Just wanted to give you a brief update and let you know we're still working on the process, and we're hopeful that the commission would entertain a transfer that it was inclusive of all the water rights for the lake.
Thank you, Mr. Archuleta. That was a very good summary. I'm going to pass this now to the commissioners and see if, well, actually, before I pass this on to the commissioners, Mr. Cherry, I did send you a request. Do we have any other persons who are wanting to speak at this time during this general public comment period? I know we're going to have another comment period later on in the day in our agenda, but I'm just trying to manage the time here.
Madam Chair, at this time, no one has raised their hand, so it looks like Mr. Archuleta and Mr. Polaco are the only two.
Beautiful. Thank you, sir. Okay. Well, that said, as part of our general public comment, we do allow commissioners to ask questions or follow up. So I'm going to ask the commissioners, and I'm going to start with you, Commissioner Vesbach, and then, of course, Commissioner Lopez, both of you being very familiar with this area, your district, and your involvement. Comments for Mr. Archuleta and Mr. Polaco?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And one, I just wanted to thank both Mr. Polaco and Mr. Archuleta for all their diligence and work and patience in working through party complex issues, as well as the department staff in figuring this out. And as Mr. Archuleta stated at the beginning, you know, the land grant has really stepped up to keep Laguna del Campo open for the public. It's a real asset to the local community and beyond. People come from around the state to go fishing there, and it's I just really want to express my personal appreciation for, you know, stepping up on behalf of the public in this way to find a solution to keep this it's a really nice fishing area and keep it open for everyone. It's really just kind of inspiring to see everyone step up and work so hard on this. And so thank you, Mr. Polanco and Mr. Archuleta, for taking the time to keep us informed as a commission. And I, we'll get into it more, but I do share the view that we want to make sure future commissions, everyone, that the things we agree on, that it stays open to the public and that the lakes stay available and not get dried up. Those are common themes that I hope we can continue to work through and get resolved. And I know this passed the authorization passed the legislature. The commission, I believe, passed approval. I'm struggling with the exact wording, but it was contingent approval, something like that, over a year ago. So thanks for your patience and all your diligence, and just note that it is on behalf of all of us that this is being taken on.
Very good. Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lopez?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Forgive me, I have my little 10-month-old here in my lap, so you might hear whine a little bit. But I just want to thank Arturo and the Land Grant Board for all the work that they're doing, as well as members of the community. I have a strong tie to that lake. I've always fished it since I was a kid. And it's good to know that we're going to have good stewards of land and water to be overseeing it. And I encourage the department and the commission that we can resolve this, as we've been dealing, I wouldn't say dealing, but we've been assessing the situation since the introduction of the Senate bill from Richard C. Martinez. So I support it, and I hope that we can get this resolved. And good job, Land Grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners? Okay, before we move on, I also want to echo the many thanks and the appreciation and the commendation, the kudos to you, Mr. Archuleta, Mr. Polanco, and then the commissioners, the Department of Game and Fish, working together to resolve this issue. It breaks my heart every time I travel north or south in our state and I see our lakes and our streams, our rivers drying up. It is very heartbreaking to see that. And when you are dealing with an issue such as this, to keep our lakes and our streams healthy, and the fish that live in those streams, the wildlife that live off of that water, I want to say thank you for working together to come up with the solutions. Our legislature and our Department of Game and Fish and the Commission with our public. And thank you again, the Land Grant Group, Mr. Archuleta and Mr. Polanco, for all that you're doing. So we look forward to hearing more good news on this very topic. So with that said, it's now 9:31. And I apologize. When I refer to the time, it's not a matter of rushing through the agenda, but I respect the time that people take to come to the commission, and they want to be available for these meetings and for certain agenda items. So that's why I think it's very important to stick to the agenda. So that said, I'm going to go into the next agenda item, which is the department's revocation process. On the piece of paper on the screen on the department's website, it is agenda item number 6. And we have the honor of hearing from our Robert Griego. Colonel Robert Griego, are you there? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. It is so nice to see you. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Well, I turn it over to you because this is a very important topic. We do have a very important responsibility in the Department of Game and Fish and this judicial process, the revocation process. So I turn it over to you, sir.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm going to present an overview over our revocation process. I don't know how brief it'll be. There's a lot of information, but we'll work through it. If you have questions, we can go from there. maybe. Okay, I'll start with some of the statutes that give the department and the commission our authority for revocation. 17-114 is a big one, and that sets aside the authority for the commission to have a revocation process and to establish rules and procedures for having those revocations. Under 17-114-11, this is where we typically got our 3-year standard. In 2014, we approached the legislature and changed some of the language. It used to be under 11. It said the revocation or withholding of a license privilege for a definite period of time not to exceed 3 years. We took that 3 years out for a couple reasons. One, to have a bigger deterrent for our flagrant poaching cases, and then also to give us the ability to reciprocate revocations from other states based on through the Wildlife Violators Compact. There were several states across the nation that had significant revocation times, and with that 3-year stipulation, we were unable to honor them authoritatively. So we got that changed. 17-210-3, that's where we get the authority to revoke for people who fail to pay their penalty assessments, and then also to be in the Wildlife Violators Compact under B. (17-283), that's where we have the authority to have a revocation process for guides and outfitters. 17-334 is our primary statute that gives authority, and basically that's where it defines that we can revoke those that persistently or flagrantly violate Chapter 17 or Commission rule, or that fail to pay. And it also stipulates that we have to give reasonable notice and provide a hearing for those individuals, and that we will create a record of all those hearings. 17-344 just says that we can revoke the permits for regulated shooting preserves when there's violations. 349 gives authority to revoke for people in violation of computer-aided hunting. And 17-59 gives the authority for the commission to revoke for fur-bearer violations. The reality is that we have to have statutory authority to revoke. We've got to have it in writing. It's got to be in statute that gives that authority. So those are those specific statutes. And then statute 30-14-1 is criminal trespass. And in that statute, it specifically says those in violation of criminal trespass while hunting, fishing, or trapping shall have their license revoked for no less than 3 years. It says subsection A, B, and C. What that is that people who are trespassing on posted private property without written permission, those that are trespassing on unposted lands, and once they've been told to leave and they come back or remain, and C is trespassing on state or government-run land. Then we have our Commission Rule 1931-2, which is our revocation rule. And again, it sets the objective to revoke or suspend or deny the privileges of any person who persistently, flagrantly, or knowingly violates the provisions of Chapter 17, Commission Rule, criminal trespass, or those that fail to pay a penalty assessment or a civil assessment, and also those that are in violation of the Wildlife Violators Compact. Some important definitions to keep in mind when we're dealing with revocation is we define conviction as any adjudication of guilt, plea of guilty or no contest, a payment of a fine or court cost, or court order or penalty assessment, or forfeiture of collateral. regardless if whether it's been deferred or suspended. We do have some violators that will argue that, well, yes, I was found guilty, but the judge deferred it for 6 months. What we're concerned about is that if we have a conviction, and if even though something was deferred, those individuals were convicted of that violation, and at that point we assess points for that conviction. A certificate of compliance is a certificate from the Human Services Department that basically states that the obligor is in compliance with the Parental Responsibility Act. A revocation is when a person's privileges are taken away by the commission or department after they've had a notice or opportunity for a hearing. And then a suspension is the same, except for that person can come into compliance at any time when we make a suspension. And that's typically for the Parental Responsibility Act, or failure to pay a penalty assessment, or civil. So in those instances, when they come into compliance and pay, they are automatically reinstated and just have to pay a reinstatement fee. So we have various categories and points in our revocation process. For criminal, so each penalty assessment or violation of Chapter 17 or criminal trespass or commission rule, for each violation, there's a point that coincides with that specific violation. Any person that accrues more than 20 points within a 3-year period shall be subject to revocation or suspension. And the tolling of time for that 3-year period is from the date of conviction or the date the penalty assessment was accepted. That's when that tolling of time starts for those 3 years. We have 20 point, 17 point, 15 point, all the way down to 3-point criminal violations. Again, based depending on the specific violation. We have administrative revocation categories. And again, any person can be assessed administrative revocation points for those admin violations. It's 20 or more points in a 3-year consecutive time frame for their privileges to be subject to revocation or suspension. As a guide or outfitter, this is typically where we have our administrative violations. Once they accrue 20 or more points, the only thing that's subject to revocation is their guide and outfitting registration. It does not revoke their hunting and fishing privileges unless they have 20 or more criminal revocation points. And for admin violations, we have 20 point, 10 point, and 5-point violations. So some of the time frames that we have in rules specifically, an important rule for the commission is that it states that any person found to have accumulated 20 or more points within those 3 years for violations of Chapter 17 violations, criminal trespass, or commission rule, that they have a notice of opportunity to be heard by a hearing officer, and they shall have their privileges revoked for a definite period of time unless otherwise provided by law. A few of the specific timeframes we have listed in rule, we only have a few of them that are specific. For a second revocation for non-egregious type violations, it's up to 5 years. For a third or subsequent revocation for non-egregious violations, it's up to 7 years. For felony waste of game, on the first offense, it's up to 7 years. For a second offense or subsequent, it's up to 10 years. Buying or selling illegal wildlife, basically the commercial trade, for a first offense, it's up to 5 years, and after that, it's up to 7. Basically, we've got for private land agreements, if they're in violation of those, it's up to 3 years. The Parental Responsibility Act, is basically a suspension until they come into compliance. And then we also have the Wildlife Violators Compact, which currently we have 48 out of 50 states are members of the Wildlife Violators Compact. The only 2 states that are not involved in the compact yet are Hawaii and Massachusetts. And basically we reciprocate the revocation of the other member states as long as the violation that occurred in those states would be revocable in New Mexico. If it's a violation that would not be revocable in New Mexico, we do not honor or reciprocate that revocation. There are some states, for example, that it's an automatic revocation for littering that would not be revocable in New Mexico. So therefore, we would not reciprocate those types of violations. And then J, this is where if we run into egregious violations that you as a commission feel that they're egregious and feel that whatever recommendation the department has is not significant enough, this is what gives you the authority to revoke the privileges for a definite period of a time as the commission deems appropriate if that person committed a flagrant or egregious violation. It's just got to be a definitive period of time at that point. An important rule that we have is that if the department, when an individual gets 20 or more points, the department must initiate that revocation or suspension action against the individual within 1 year of the date of conviction or acceptance of the penalty assessment misdemeanor that pushed them over that 20 points. If we cannot get it done within 1 year, we shall not bring revocation or suspension against that individual until or unless they commit another criminal violation that again pushes them over that 20 points. So basically we have a year to get the revocation process done. The reality is that from the point of conviction in the courts, we're averaging about 30 days before we start the revocation process. So the due process is happening pretty timely. Some revocation procedures. In all revocations or suspensions, we mail out certified notices of contemplated action. Basically, we send, once an individual, we have evidence that they've exceeded 20 points, we send that individual a notice of contemplated action certified that states that they are subject to revocation and ask if they would like to request a hearing. That respondent has 20 days to request a hearing from us. If they do not request a hearing, then at that point, it's final and it's not subject to judicial review. They can't appeal that at that point. If they choose not to participate in the due process, basically we move forward and bring those individuals to you all to vote on that revocation. If an individual does request a hearing within those 20 days, the department, we must provide a hearing within no less than 30 days, but no more than 90 days from the date of service. Just like any other hearing, both sides can request continuances for various reasons. It's got to be for good cause. If the department requests the continuance, we must reschedule the hearing within 60 days of the original hearing date. If the defendant requests a continuance, the timelines are waived and we work around their schedule as much as we can. The bottom line is we really try to focus on the due process and give them that opportunity. We've had instances, even though it's within 20 days, they got to request the hearing. There's various scenarios where we've had individuals that their mail was getting stolen, so they did not receive the notice of contemplated action. So obviously we didn't get the request. We've had some that were truck drivers and were only checking their mail once a month and were missing those time frames. and we'll always work with those individuals to ensure if they want a hearing that we can get them in front of a hearing officer for that due process. The venue for all hearings is Santa Fe County. Under extenuating circumstances, the hearing officer can agree to have the hearing in another county, but typically the venue is always Santa Fe County. Hearings will always be conducted by a hearing officer designated by the commission. All hearings are open to the public. If there's hearing or language interpreters that are needed, we will provide those. And the hearing officer's main purpose is to listen for any mitigating circumstances based on the violation and determine and recommend a period for revocation or no revocation. General revocation rules, just like any other hearing, they're entitled to know the evidence and the witnesses that will be testifying against them or that will be used against them. And every notice we send is always certified with a receipt request at the last known address shown in our department records. This is important at times where we send several certified letters that get returned after 30 or 40 days for various reasons. Sometimes that's the address that we have. They may have moved since, but that's the last address we have. We've had several people that just refuse to sign the certified letter, and it gets sent back that refusal to sign. And in those instances, we just continue, we move on with the process. Some hearing and post-hearing procedures. All hearings must be audio recorded. The hearing officers must produce their hearing officer report within 20 days and get it to the department. We must serve a copy of that report to the respondent. And at that point, the respondent can file a written exception to the hearing officer's report, and they got to do that within 30 days. And at various times, you all will see those written exceptions from the defendants. So after the hearings are completed, we get that hearing officer report to the commission, you all, at the next available commission meeting, regular scheduled commission meeting. When you all are reviewing those hearing officer reports and we're having the discussion on revocation, by rule, the Game Commission shall not permit any oral arguments. Again, because they've had their due process, they've had their hearing or not. At that point, you all are just looking at the evidence based on those hearings. The commission shall not consider any evidence outside the hearing officer's report and written exceptions. Your decision shall be made by quorum. And once you all make that decision, the department, we serve a copy of the written decision signed by the chairwoman within 20 days to that respondent. So obviously we're sending a lot of certified documents to these individuals. In reality, we're spending close to $15,000 just in postage just for the revocation program. We've got a lot of documents going out certified. So judicial review, anyone that requests a hearing can appeal the commission's decision to district court. The important thing is that they must have requested a hearing to move forward. Again, if they choose not to participate in the process, that's where it ends. If they do appeal to district court, the court can only set aside the decision only if they feel your all's decision was arbitrary and capricious or an abuse of discretion, was not supported by substantial evidence, or otherwise not in accordance by law. So another important aspect of our revocation program is the Wildlife Violators Compact. Like I said, currently there are 48 of the 50 states that are members of the Wildlife Violators Compact. And basically, the way we work the revocations with that is that any person who appears on that Wildlife Violators Compact list can be revoked by any Wildlife Violator Compact member state. Again, but what's important is that those violations would equate to a revocable offense in New Mexico. That's when we reciprocate. An important tool of the Wildlife Violators Compact too is that if we have a resident that fails to comply with the terms of a citation in another member state, we can suspend their privileges here until they come into compliance with that citation in that other state. And what over time, what we were running into is residents of various states would go out of state to hunt, have an infraction, and then just choose not to ever appear for that citation, and then continue to hunt as normal in their home state. And this has really helped all the member states with this. Same thing when we get a list of individuals on this Violators Compact, we again send notices and let them know that they're subject to revocation. If they request a hearing, it is limited in the evidence that can be heard. Basically, they need to show, is it them? Is that truly the individual that's on the list? Was the violation that they committed in a member state, would it be revocable in New Mexico? Or has the suspension they received in that member state been rescinded or completed? Those are really the only three things that they can argue in the hearing. If they cannot do that, we move forward. Also with Wildlife Violators Compact, we don't bring those to you all to vote on. By commission rule, the director has the authority once we run through the process. And if they, again, based on, if they request a hearing, again, was it them on the list? Is it a violation that would be revocable in New Mexico? At that point, we go ahead and revoke them, and we just provide you all with a list of how many were revoked per the Wildlife Violators Compact. Parental Responsibility Act. Obviously, you all see hundreds of these. And basically, that's anyone that's in violation of the Parental Responsibility Act, i.e. that they're not paying their child support. Every week, we receive a list of individuals out of compliance. If those individuals on that list, and there's thousands of them that we receive, we run that through our database. And if any of those individuals are customers, at that point, we would send them, those customers, certified letters, letting them know that they're out of compliance and that they're subject to suspension until they come into compliance. Same thing, they can request a hearing, but it's very similar to the Wildlife Violators Compact in that really all they can argue is if that individual, in fact, the one that's listed on the Parental Responsibility Act, or have they come into compliance since that list came out? And again, at that point, if they do not request a hearing or cannot show that it's not them, and we do show that it is them, we go ahead and suspend them, and we just bring you the number of individuals that we suspended since the last commission meeting. So another suspension type is the people who fail to pay a penalty assessment or a civil judgment. And again, they also have the opportunity for a hearing. And at that point, they either come into compliance or they do not. And it's the same thing. We bring you a list of individuals at the next commission meeting of those that are out of compliance, have not paid their penalty assessment, or who have not paid their civil assessment that was levied against them. And just just for some numbers, I guess, in the last 2 years, we've suspended about 3,500 individuals for the Parental Responsibility Act and about 825 individuals who have not paid their penalty assessment or civil assessment. So some common violations, to put it into, these are violations over the past 2 years from individuals that have been revoked. These are the common violations that individuals that we've revoked. This isn't necessarily the most common violations that we see day in, day out, but of the individuals we've revoked in the past 2 years, these are the top violations that those individuals had. And also in parentheses is the amount of criminal points associated with that violation. So obviously penalty assessments are the largest, 719 in the last couple years. Those individuals are just suspended until they pay that penalty assessment, and then they come back into compliance. Revocation violations, that's a 20-point violation. There's been 87 in the last 2 years. And what those are individuals that we've already revoked or are on a suspension, and then we catch them again hunting, fishing, or trapping while on revocation. So that to me, what that shows is, a lot of that criminal act or criminal element, it's hard to deter them. You revoke them, you suspend them, they continue on with the activities that they do. Those are the bad apples. But I'm glad to see that pretty consistently our officers seem to be apprehending those individuals back out in the field when they're out there hunting or fishing or trapping and already revoked. The third violation, hunting big game without a license, also was a 20-point violation. We've had 69 of them in the last few years. And then residency violations is a 20-point violation. We've had 67 of those in the last 2 years. And that's non-residents claiming to be residents in New Mexico, a license fraud type of situation. Unlawful possession in season, we've had 58 of those in the last 2 years. That's a 10-point violation. And typically when they get that citation, it's because they have a big game animal that was killed illegally. So there's going to also be another violation often associated with this illegal possession citation. And then unlawful possession out of season, pretty self-explanatory. That is a 20-point violation. We've had 45 of them. And then you can see, just continue going down the list. But those are basically the top 15 violations we've had based on individuals that have been revoked in the past 2 years. So with that, I'll take any questions that you all have. It's just tried to give a complete but a summarized overview of our revocation process and the authority that you all have to move forward with our revocations.
Thank you, Colonel Grego. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments before we move into the next piece of this presentation?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Lopez.
Madam Chair, I want to thank the Colonel for the wonderful presentation. I know sometimes, like you said, it is confusion. I get a lot of calls sometimes and say, hey, I just got a ticket. What can I do? And some of them are like for fishing violations. I always tell them pay it. That way you can hunt later on. So it's interesting to know that we don't enforce, I guess what he said, or reciprocate some of the violations that are unrevocable. And that was my next question for the Colonel. Can you give an example? I know you mentioned littering, but do we have any recent ones that let's just take Texas, that someone might commit, or Colorado, that are not reciprocated here in New Mexico.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, one thing like similar that would be in Colorado is that they have proof of sex, the genitalia must remain attached to a carcass. If you had an individual that was cited in Colorado for that, we do not have that rule here in New Mexico. So that would be an example of a situation where they might be revoked in Colorado, but we would not reciprocate that because it's either A, not a violation in New Mexico, or it's not a 20-point violation in New Mexico that would lead to revocation.
Thank you, Colonel. That was a good example. Appreciate it.
Colonel Griego, I do have a couple of questions for you. I think I echo what Commissioner Lopez said. A big thank you for the job that you and the department are doing on these issues of revocation. The process, very straightforward, adherence to the statutes, the rules, phenomenal job. The strength and courage that you all have to encounter on some of these situations. It's just commendable in terms of what you are doing. So that said, you had in your presentation towards the end some data, the previous slides in terms of numbers, and I thought that was very helpful to see. I don't think we need to go back to that slide. But my point is, sir, that as commissioners, it's very important that we see how the department is performing its job in this area. Do you do any kind of data analysis of those numbers of revocations in terms of the population, the gender, the ethnicity, the age, any other kind of data analysis of those violations? That's my first question.
Madam Chair, we do not do specific analysis of gender or race. I can tell you just through experience, like any other crime, the vast majority of our violations are occurring from individuals that are probably in that 27 to 37-year-old range, but that's consistent across all violations of law. There's always the exception. We do try to work significantly when we have those younger violators. I mean, teenagers are teenagers, and we do run into those types. We try and work with them as much as we can, but no, we do not do specific studies on age and race and type violators.
The reason I ask that question, sir, Colonel Griego, is that as you mentioned, when some of these matters can go to district court, there are three areas in which the grounds could proceed to court: arbitrary and capricious, of course, no substantial evidence, and then not in accordance with the law. And as commissioners, I believe we are doing a very good job and focusing on the evidence as you presented at all of our meetings when we have the issues of revocation. And so the data can sometimes help us do an overview of the performance, not only of our Department of Game and Fish, but maybe are there other things that we could be doing? Education, we're talking about hunter safety, we're talking about other things. Is it important to include sometimes maybe remedial training? I don't know, remedial is probably the wrong word, but some kind of follow-up with these violators. It's just a question. in how to possibly reduce the numbers, if it's possible. If it's possible. I mean, you know, when you said that you've got thousands of delinquent child support, those are things we can't handle. But again, I'm trying to look at the big picture with these questions. It's a philosophical, it's a kind of a policy approach for the department and for the commissioners. And so anyway, I thank you. Thank you for hearing my my ideas here. It's already after 10, and I know we have to proceed into this other portion of the agenda item, which is the approval of the license revocations. Vice Chair? Yes, thank you, Vice Chair.
I'm using the raise your hand little thing in case you want to know. I'm trying to be polite in trying to get in on the conversation. I just have a couple of quick things to ask. And like everybody, other commissioner here, I'm very proud of what our game and fish officers do in the field. And you're right. It's really, I think it's kind of scary to be out in the field alone, knowing everybody you approach has a weapon, not a weapon, a rifle, a shotgun, whatever, but they're armed. I would have a question for Bobby before we move on. Bobby, I know I understand the 3-year minimum that you have said how that got to be. Are your officers comfortable with everything pretty much staying at 3 years, or do they feel like some of these violations that we just saw, which to me are huge, when you're talking about fraud and stuff like that, do you guys believe that more years in certain violations would mean would reduce the number? Would it be a deterrent to have something more than just 3 years standard all the time?
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair Salazar Henry, absolutely. I think additional years can often serve as a deterrent, and our officers, we're what I'm trying to do, or the reason I told my individuals with the revocation manager and our guide and outfitter registrar that deals with a lot of these recommendations, is to set at 3. We did have other commissioners in the past that felt that we were heavy-handed, and so that's on me. I did tell them, let's just stick with the basic violation or the basic recommendation unless it's stated in rule. I absolutely believe that there are situations where violations are egregious enough that we probably ought to start at 5 years. There's some that are deserving of 20 years. When you start lopping the heads off of our big game animals and just taking the antlers, that's pretty significant. Mm-hmm. Any commercial type poaching is pretty significant. Our residency fraud, that's a fraud against the state for thousands of dollars at times. And if it wasn't just a game violation, a lot of those would be felonies in themselves on the amount of fraud. So yes, I agree. We're just trying to feel our way through the process. And this commission seems pretty significantly interested in deterring a lot of these violations. So I think we can get to a better spot for sure.
Thank you.
So Bobby, do you feel like the current rule as written allows you, your officers, the commission enough flexibility to move forward with doing things differently? Being
Madam Chair,
flexible enough.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, I believe so. I think that based on that rule that states that if an egregious violation, we can set a definitive period of time. I don't like personally rules that give us specific timeframes, because each violation is so situation dependent. There's so many factors in it that it might be the same charge between two individuals, but completely different factors on intent. Some people, as we're getting new hunters into new sportsmen, there's oftentimes what a sportsman or sports person that's been hunting for 20 or 30 years, what they take, just they know absolutely a new individual may have no idea, and it might be a violation, but there was no true intent there. And that's got to be a factor in when we're dealing with revocation. So yes, to answer your question, I believe that it is.
Okay, well, my final question will be to Director Sloan. I'd like to know your opinion, Director, if you feel like the presentation we've received and the fact that the officers probably would like to feel like when they're out there catching somebody who has stolen some wildlife from everybody else, either by fraudulent means or by hunting out of season or spotlighting from a truck or whatever, if you feel like it's something you would support if this commission decided to invoke at times their authority to go ahead and exceed the minimum of 3, or do you feel like would you support the officers coming with a minimum of 5 in certain cases as they see, depending on what the violation is? You're on mute. Unmute.
Sorry about that. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, I definitely would support more significant revocation periods. You know, we would need to be careful about arbitrary and capricious different treatment for certain, but I have ultimate faith in our folks to review the circumstances of each case and to understand the intricacies of it and provide good recommendations about length that are for those more egregious cases that Bobby cited. I think we would definitely be interested in pursuing that.
All right, thank you. I'm finished. Thank you very much, Bobby. Great presentation, and thank you for all that data on the citations. That really helped me a lot and put into perspective the revocation process.
Thank you.
Actually, Colonel Griego, I too want to say what a great presentation you gave. And in the future, it might be behoove you and the commission and the department to have that type of presentation at the very beginning of the year, or at least whenever there are new commissioners brought on to the board or the commission. I think that overview is very helpful. But it's also a good reminder to the department and to the public of what we are doing, what the rules are, what the law is, and how we are proceeding. So good job. But think about that for future reference.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Kramer.
Yes, you know, last meeting, there was a motion made to take 5 individuals out and look at them this meeting and possibly give more stringent penalties. And I voted against it, and I just wanted to kind of clarify that. And I felt like at that point we were randomly just pulling these individuals out. And I didn't feel like at that point that we should be doing that at that point. But this presentation is a trigger point and is a clarification, and you know, I'm in favor of it. I just didn't want to do it randomly at that point because somebody could come back and say, hey, you know, you did this for this individual and yet you're doing this to me. The other issue I had in the back of my mind was hunting season was imminent, and by putting it off until this meeting, then those individuals, their hunting privileges weren't revoked and they could be out there hunting at this point, and that kind of bothered me then. But moving forward, just wanted you to know that I am in favor of more stringent penalties for some of these folks.
Thank you, Commissioner. That is a very good One, a good reminder about our last meeting. I totally agree because that was on the back of my mind as well, which is an excellent lead in to the next part. How do we proceed here? Those 5 persons that were removed, and as I recall, that was you, Vice Chair?
Yes.
Yes. So we need to move on because we are a bit behind schedule. We have the action item. We've had some discussion. Excellent. Colonel Griego, the utmost respect that I have for you, sir. But now if we could, do we have a motion? How do we proceed, Vice Chair? I'm going to turn it over to you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to proceed just with the discussion of the 5 individuals that I believe are at the top of our list. Martin Alexander, Benjamin Durkison, Guy Gutierrez, Kyle Kelly, Smith. No, that's not the 5. Is that the 5?
Should be at the bottom, Madam Vice
At
Chair.
the bottom. Okay, no, never mind. I would like to talk about the 5 last then, since they're at the bottom. So if we could start with the top of the list. Given all the discussion that we've had about the different revocations, the violations, we're back again with this first 5 people that have the 3 years, except for Mr. Gutierrez, who is, you're recommending 5 years because it's his second revocation. I would like to, especially areas where there's more than 20 points, I would like to consider the minimum 5 years to start off with if it's their first violation. So I guess I would propose that for all the individuals listed here, for Mr. Andrew Smith, Mr. Benjamin Durkison, those 2 individuals, I would like to propose a 5-year revocation. Mr. Martin Alexander, I think 3 years fits just well. I'm a little concerned about Guy Gutierrez being a second revocation, at why it's only 5 years if he's already been revoked, but he's just keeping on trucking regardless of whether he gets revoked. I don't know how giving him a 5-year deal. Is that on top of what he's already revoked?
Madam Vice Chair, yes, it would. It's on top of what he's already been revoked, and that's another one of those situations where, based on whether you feel it's egregious or not, we have it in rule that a second revocation would be up to 5 years.
So I'm going to assume that because you put 5 years there, you felt like 5 years was sufficient as a second violation.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, yes, because it was a fishing without a license violation, which, yes, is egregious in that, you know, they chose not to even have a license, but it is one of our most common violations across the state, and that's why we just stuck with the 5 years.
And Mr. Kelly, you feel like this was just something that you think a 3-year would send a message versus giving him 5 years?
Hunting with the aid of artificial light is always a pretty significant violation, in our opinion. This is one of those that's just a standard recommendation, and up to the commission to base how egregious spotlighting is. So, and then Durkison is at 20 points only. It was just a handful of 5-point violations.
Okay, well, I would recommend that Mr. Kyle Kelly get 5 years as well as an initial for just the spotlighting alone. I've been on those night patrols looking for spotlighters, and that is not a fun job to have, but there are plenty of them out there. Not many of them get caught. That's my recommendation, Madam Chair.
Is there any other discussion? Other commissioners, are you comfortable with the 3 years versus the 5 years, or do you want to go with the 5 years? Generally, I mean, I'm just interested in discussion before we get a motion on all of this.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Lopez.
I do, I've always had a hard time understanding the spotlight law, and this applies to being a landowner and, you know, surrounded by landowners. You know, a lot of these guys and women, you know, in the middle of the night are, you know, maybe looking fall, especially now doing for the fall gather. You know, they're missing a calf or they're missing a cow, and then they have a 22 or a 223 in their truck, and they're driving around, and, you know, and they might even be leasing some state land for their cows, and they're the lease owner, or they might even shine their truck light, you know, their headlights into, you know, the adjacent owner's property, and all of a sudden there's a herd of elk there, and their intention isn't to take the animal, but they're just, you know, either protecting their livestock or looking for their livestock. And sometimes, I don't know what's true, and I'll defer this to the colonel, could it be construed that they are spotlighting if they have a firearm in their possession, not willing to hunt, but, just, for example, in Catherine County, if there's, predators, or up here in Rio River where there is predators, or they're looking to protect their livestock or themselves, and do the headlights and them being in that situation, would that be a violation for them?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, the way the statute reads is that it's unlawful to cast the rays of artificial light into an area where big game or livestock could be. So the simple act of the spotlight or the headlights could be a violation or probable cause for a stop. You also have to have an implement capable of killing big game or livestock. So to answer your question, there is an exception to landowners and leases for the protection of livestock.
Okay.
They will, if an officer sees this violation occurring, they are absolutely going to get stopped. But that individual who's out there, who's calving and looking for calves, or going after coyotes that are getting after calves, at that point, that falls into the exception and is not a violation. Again, not to say that they're not going to get stopped, but until the officer figures all that out, it is a potential violation. In New Mexico, well, across the West, I think everyone, if a big buck or large elk crosses the road in front of them, I think it's common for the public to stop and point the headlights, look at it, and move on. Again, it's a possible violation, but it's dependent on the situation. In those instances, we always look for additional information to show intent of what they're doing. It's one thing to stop and look for a few seconds and move on, but if you start doing that at every open area, every open field, that might be significant information and create a violation. But your initial question on a landowner, that would fall under the exception.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to try and see if we can move along but I do want to comment on Vice Chair's suggestion on Kyle Kelly, changing that from 3 years to 5 years, the hunting with the aid of artificial light or spotlight. What I note is that before the commissioners, the material provided to us by Colonel Griego and the Department of Game and Fish, the notes clearly state that these are standard recommendations, all privileges. And while all of us have our personal opinions about the egregiousness of certain offenses and the circumstances that can arise. I think it's important that the commissioners stay very focused on what's presented to us. I don't want us to get into that area of arbitrary and capricious in looking at things beyond what's been presented. So I'm very comfortable with what the Colonel is recommending. And if there's any other discussions, group 2 or group 3, being those 5 persons that were pulled out, because it is 10:30 and we have another very important topic. I didn't hear any other comments from the other commissioners. I see a finger from Vice Chair. Yes, Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, Group 3 to me is pretty significant in discussion and changing those initial recommendations. I hope everybody got to read the reports about just how egregious these violators were, how planned it was, the fact that they're applying as a resident in 2 states. I mean, it just goes on, and some of them took animals. There's just so much with those folks there. And so I would like to, my recommendation for those 5 people is 10 years revocation for all 5 of them. That's what I feel is fair. I don't think it's arbitrary or capricious. In my reading of that, I was there in the first meeting when I read those reports, when we pulled them out, and I'm still there. I still feel like there are so many sportsmen and sportswomen that I know that do things right. And to allow people to do this with so much intent to scam the system is just not fair to everybody else who works hard to do things right. And so I can live with about anything else, but those 5 folks, I would like to recommend that their revocations are for 10 years each.
Okay, Vice Chair, thank you very much for that. For the record, I also note that what is presented before us for those group of 5 people and all of the material that we received from the Department of Game and Fish, it clearly states that these are the standard recommendation, all privileges relating to those 5 egregious and flagrant violations. The recommendation from the Department of Game and Fish is 3 years. So Vice Chair, please provide for me the reasoning and the approach of why you go to 10 years, leaping from 3 years. I can understand maybe going from 3 to 5 or doubling it 3 to 6, but it's a giant leap from 3 to 10, and explain how you picked the number of 10.
If you looked at the data that Colonel Griego presented on the violations that were the most common, we're seeing over and over and over again people applying for licenses fraudulently. We see people hunting out of game and taking animals out of game, having unlawful possession of game, of spotlighting. These are all, to me, as a sportswoman who hunts, these are all knowingly doing things to scam the system, to do something illegally. And I recognize that Colonel Griego put the standard 3 because that's in his presentation. He said, that's what we do. It's the process. That's what we do. And then under the section that allows the Game Commission to adjust any of those, because we believe, or a commissioner believes, and the majority of the commission will believe, that it is flagrant or egregious. To me, 3 years doesn't do anything. If you look at what they did, using a license issued to another, hunting private land without written permission, exceeding the bag limit, unlawful possession of a deer, unlawful killing in season, fraudulent in securing a license. I mean, if you read the reports, these folks, and there's no way I believe this was the first time they even did that. Just personally, after reading the lengths they went to do what they were doing, I think this is just the first time they got caught. And I believe these animals that are out there, especially when you're talking deer, which are hard to harvest in the first place, elk, any of those animals, it's a public resource. There were thousands of dollars in the private land system. Public hunters vie for them. And I think my reasoning is 3 years isn't enough, 5 years not enough. I would like 10 years to be the deterrent for these 5 individuals. And if there was another individual that came with the same types of violations, I would recommend 10 years again.
So are you saying you're recommending 3 years to 5 years, or
Nope.
are you saying 3 to 10?
I'm recommending 10 years for all 5 of
Okay.
those. I believe that I'm justified, and I have rationalized that under the section of law that allows me to state what I believe is an egregious or flagrant. And in this case, they are both for all 5 of those folks, in my opinion.
I thank you very much, Vice Chair. I do not feel comfortable. I don't think you satisfied my answer of going from 3 to 10. I would be comfortable in going from 3 to a higher number, but going to 10 with the explanation you gave, I'm not comfortable. So if you're willing to make a motion, please do. And I've not heard any other commissioners for discussion. Commissioner Bates, Commissioner Kramer, Vesbach, Souls, or Lopez, do you want to say something before we go to a motion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Lopez.
I'm somewhat in agreement with I can say I'm in agreement with Vice Chair Salazar. I see her view, especially up here in northern New Mexico, where we do have a lot of out-of-state hunters that come and let me just say I agree that that people have the right to hunt, but again New Mexico residents should be getting preference. I think that they should get a higher preference in the draw somewhat, but I see the concern that she voices, indicating that we have a lot of out-of-state hunters that come to New Mexico and exploit the process and don't think they're going to get caught. Many of them slip through the cracks, and then the first time they don't learn, the second time they're going to do it again. So I see the concern, but I'm stuck between what we have, what we can do in statute, and what you just said, Madam Chair, and being, capricious and what have you. But if the only way to deter these individuals from exploiting the wildlife from our residents and our taxpayers and our staff and lawful and ethical hunters, if the only way is to send a message and make it well known that New Mexico won't be dealing with this type of behavior, then I agree in having a 10-year suspension for these individuals. Because I would understand that there's other states, and I will reference Texas, and nothing against Texas, our neighbors to the east, but they have really stringent wildlife laws, even for harvesting oysters out of season, or even, not even tagging a fish for. So I see the concern, and I would support it, but I just want to make sure that the commission will not be exceeding, by jumping, up to 10 years. But I agree, they do exploit our system. Some don't get caught, some do. And I've always been an advocate against wildlife trafficking, and I'm a firm believer in the Lacey Act. And I can tell you that between Texas and Colorado and New Mexico, there's Lacey Act violations all the time that our poor officers can't even catch. So, and a lot of it is.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. I want to stay focused on this particular discussion. So let's, because we are already at 10:36 in the morning, and we do have another important agenda item following this. So can I please have a motion?
Madam Chair, the only motion I'm making as far as the revocations are concerned are for the 5 individuals: Paige Hops, Robert Husky, Troy Lewis, Corey Lewis, and Aaron Throckmorton. I recommend that 10 years, the revocation of all their hunting and fishing and trapping privilege, or all hunting and fishing privileges, be revoked for 10 years.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez, and thank you, Vice Chair. Director Sloan, can we take a vote, please?
Commissioner Vesbach,
Yes.
Commissioner Souls,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry,
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
No.
Madam Chair, the motion passes with 6 yeses and 1 no.
Thank you very much, Director Sloan, for taking that vote. And thank you, commissioners, for your vote on that very important matter. So
Madam Chair?
moving right along, I'd like to move on to the next agenda item. Oops, I'm sorry, did I
Madam
hear
Chair.
somebody? Yes, sorry.
Yep. We still have 2 groups in the revocations.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Vesbach. Do I have a motion on one or both of those groups?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the department's recommendations in groups 1 and 2 on the license revocations as presented by the Department of Game and Fish.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
Madam Chair, I second.
Thank you, Commissioner Souls and Vice Chair. Director Sloan, can we please have a vote?
Commissioner Vesbach,
Yes.
Commissioner Souls,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer,
Yes.
Commissioner Bates,
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry,
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Director, and thank you, Commissioners, on that vote. That is very good. I would like to take a 15-minute break. It is now 10:40, and rather than proceed into our next agenda item, which should have begun at 10 o'clock, the subsequent discussion of the Hunter Education Rule number 19.36.3. I would like to take the break now, and then we can start that agenda item without any interruption. Is that perfectly acceptable, Director Sloan?
Whatever suits you, yes, we can make that work.
Okay, very good. Commissioners, why don't we take a 15-minute break? It's 10:40, and we will resume at precisely 10:55. Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, Department of Game and Fish, and our public. Thank you for coming back at 10:55 a.m. Let us proceed on to the next agenda item. I know a number of us are very interested in hearing on the subsequent discussion on the Hunter Education Rule 19.36.3. This is a very important discussion, and we are about 30 minutes behind schedule. Lance Cherry, do you think you'll be taking a full 30 minutes for this discussion?
Madam Chair, I hope not.
Or more than? Okay, well, very good. I will turn it over to you. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I trust everyone can see my presentation. My views change when I move to the presenter role. So today I'm coming back to provide a subsequent discussion on the Hunter Education Rule. I will keep this brief, but a little bit of background on it. In 2012, the Commission adopted the amendment to the rule that created our mentored youth program. Very similar to the families in the field style programs that other states run, or apprentice programs as some call them. And we were the 34th state to adopt such a rule. In 2014, the Commission came back and made 2 changes. They added a minimum age, changing it to 10 years old, and they limited the number of species that could be hunted. Just to recap on how our program works, mentored youth must first obtain their customer identification number. This allows us to track them through their progression through the program. At that time, they can register for the mentored youth mentored youth program, they'll obtain a free study guide from our website, and then they have to take a quiz. The students must pass that test with a minimum score of 80%, and they're provided, once they've successfully passed it, they're provided with a temporary number that's valid for 2 consecutive license years. And at this time, they're allowed to hunt deer, turkey, javelina, and small game. I will point out that the 80% passing qualification is higher than our traditional hunter ed class. We're asking them to make sure that they have some understanding about the principles that we teach in our hunter ed program. The mentors that accompany them must be 18 years of age or older. They have to possess a valid hunting license, and they have to be in unaided sight and audible distance from one another while they're hunting. Our program, while it's run, has had 6,180 mentored youth participate in the program. This graph will show you just exactly what that participation looks like over time. Again, the first 2 years of the program, we didn't have the restrictions that are in place right now. There was no minimum age and there was no restriction on species. A point of clarification in the program: students do not necessarily start this program at the minimum age. As a matter of fact, the majority of our students that participate in this program don't start until they're age 12 or older. Some of the students don't start until they're 17 years of age. And so it's that whole range that this program provides for, from the minimum age all the way to until they turn 18 years of age at this time. Since the program's been running, we've had 56% of those students that have enrolled in the mentored youth complete their hunter ed graduation requirements. And we've had 787, or which is 13%, age out. And what I mean by age out is these are those students that join the program when they're 16 years of age or older. And then by the time they move through the mentored youth, they turn 18, and there's no longer a requirement for them to have hunter education certification to continue hunting. This program has about 30% or 29%, but about 30% of the participation in this is female. I'm always very proud of that because that's a little higher than the average that Vice Chair Salazar Henry talked about for the national averages of how many women are hunting today. And so I'm always very proud when we're meeting the benchmark and moving a little bit further and beyond. I think the most important thing to note about this program is since the beginning of it, we have had 0 injuries during the 8-year run. It doesn't really surprise me because hunting with a firearm is rated 2nd as the most safest sport or activity an individual can do. It sits only behind pool and it sits above bowling. I think part of that has to do with the amount of information and education that is available to parents and even our youth over the years. In fact, the firearms industry has been putting out a recent report and been touting their horn pretty heavily lately about the drastic decline in the number of injuries, gun-related injuries over the past decade. So what I'm really happy to bring you all today is a little bit of a change from what I've presented the last few times. I look at this as a bit of compromise, but I also look at this more importantly as proof that the department does listen, not only to our commission, but also to our public. And so what we're proposing on this rule change at this time is that we allow first-time hunters age 8 years of age or older to participate in the program. We're asking to allow pronghorn antelope to the list of allowable species. And we're also asking to add a training requirement for our mentor to either complete or have in possession a hunter education certification or complete a mentored youth mentor certification that we will put into place. which would allow them and would ensure that they take the time to go through our training material before they're out in the field. We're asking to move the rule from a permanent to a 4-year cycle, and then of course make the minor spelling and style corrections that are consistent with all rules that are being updated these days. So a little bit, the most important section, zeroing in on where we're at on that. What you see here in the blue is language that we will be striking out to make some of those changes. The yellow is what we will be adding. Just to point out, the large content in subsection B that we're striking out of there is language that was put into place when that rule was changed in 2014. And we had participants already in the program. The commission at that time had decided not to disenfranchise those individuals who were already participating and committed into our program, and rather set some language that allowed them to continue on the path that they were while we picked up those additional pieces. In dealing with public comment, we've heard from about 20 individuals that have sent in writing. We have held 2 public meetings. In those 2 public meetings, I had 136 individuals register to attend. Only 6 actually attended, which was a bit disappointing. Mm-hmm. But on those comments that we have received, I'm throwing in front of you a little bit different type of chart than you might be used to seeing. But this one is to give you an idea of the percentage of those individuals that have provided comment that are in support, and those who are completely indifferent, they've provided no comment either direction, and those who have voiced their opposition to this. And so at this time, the majority in each of the individual items appear to be in strong support of the recommendations that are there in front of us. A couple of the individuals that have provided comment on opposition were actually opposed to this rule because we did not add elk and oryx, and one because they felt that our opinion of our hunters was too low. And I would reckon that might be, a commentary towards the adding the mentor training requirement. But generally speaking, those 2 individuals suggested that we just leave it alone and move on. And so with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Chief Lance Cherry. Commissioners, can we have some discussion on that presentation?
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Bates. Yes, I'd like to hear from you.
Thank you. Hey, Lance, great job. And I like the additions there, some we mentioned before. I think the piece on having training for mentorship addresses some of the concerns that have been brought to my attention. I'm real comfortable being a mentor. I know Jeremy is. Maybe some folks aren't. So I think that's a great addition to the rule. And I remain strongly in favor of supporting this fully. I think it's a great opportunity to engage youth, a couple years sooner, to get them involved with hunting, get them out with their parents or some other mentor that they're looking up to. So just wanted to thank you for all of your work on this, and certainly stand in strong support of these changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners?
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Souls. I look forward to hearing from you too.
Thank you. Mr. Cherry, I know you and I have had some conversations about this, and I looked at some of the input that I received via email from some residents in New Mexico. I tried to look at other states and what they're doing for comparison. I know we had a little conversation about this at the last meeting, and I actually individually went to some of the different state websites to try to ferret this out. And it's not really that simple to get to the core elements of what all the other states are doing. It looked to me like there are actually very few states that go below 10 years of age, for big game hunting at least. But some have no age restrictions. Some have restrictions on their hunter ed program and that kind of thing. Could you comment a little bit on how lowering this age to 8 falls in line with what a number of other states are doing?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, yes, I can. One of the things that we did right away with this is that we surveyed and reached out to our other partner states, other agencies like ourselves, to try to get an understanding of what their programs were. As I'm sure you've seen a little bit of the frustration I myself even had as I looked around trying to figure out exactly how different programs were set up. No two programs seem to be alike. It's definitely not apples to apples. It's apples to oranges across the board. Right. About almost 40 states responded to us, which doesn't surprise me because 46 states have apprentice programs, and those who didn't seem to not be so interested in responding. Of those states that responded to me, what I found out is that there are several states that actually have no minimum age attached to it. So Florida, Georgia, Illinois, Indiana, Louisiana, Maryland, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma have no minimum age attached to their apprentice program at all. Idaho is age 8. And when I look a little bit around the surrounding states, what I found is that, again, it's very difficult to make the comparison of us to them. But very interestingly, Arizona takes a completely different approach where they actually provide a free license to the mentor to give their mentee to take them hunting. And Arizona also has broken theirs up, allowing youth ages 10 to begin small game hunting and 12 to begin big game hunting. In Colorado, they don't allow small game to start till 10 and big game till 12, but they require their mentor to be 18 years of age. Hunter ed requirements are similar to many states that require that to continue to buy a license. Utah was age 12, and Texas actually goes completely the opposite direction with this and starts their apprentice program at age 17, allowing those individuals to pick up a license without their hunter education and give it a try. And so there's this completely different gamut as you're trying to figure out how all those work together. Generally speaking, what I have found is that most states' inter-youth programs align with when their state starts to allow hunting in their state. So for that, the majority of the states tend to be around age 10. One of the things also that I found very interesting is that states that are, there are several states, primarily mostly towards the East Coast, where they have a completely different philosophy about hunter education. And so they allow students to hunt, often not only without hunter ed, but even without a license with their parent, and until they reach about age 10 or 12, and then they start to require hunter ed, many even going as far as not requiring hunter ed until they're 16, with the philosophy that they'll learn, they'll be able to retain that information longer into adulthood. For us in this state, I think the most important piece, and where I really am a strong proponent of this mentored youth program, is in this state we do not have a minimum age. We do have a hunter education requirement for anyone who's under 18 years of age, and with that comes the opportunities and privileges of any hunter that hunts in the state. So any youth that completes a hunter education course can go out and independently hunt, purchase a license and independently hunt. It's the way the law is written. And so what I do tend to like, and why I'm a strong proponent of this program, is that under mentored youth, we've been able to set and rule that obligation that they hunt with a parent or a mentor. And so I think most folks who who have been with the department in particular, and I think Vice Chair Salazar Henry might even be able to confirm with me on this piece, but we have long since had 8-year-olds participate in our hunter education program. They can continue to do so. And because we have that, again, I'm a little bit more strongly leaned towards the direction of, I would like them to be in a mentor program where they are required to be with those adults, get some experience, show up in our hunter education class. Under current COVID situation that the state is in, this allows us to ensure that also we don't disenfranchise some of a cohort of young hunters who would be getting into this program at this point. And so that's kind of the full gamut of what I've seen on different programs across the country and what it kind of looks like right now.
Thank you. Just one or two quick follow-ups to that. You touched on something that I was interested in. Does New Mexico have any special provisions whatsoever for small game hunting? And I think you just answered, if you pass hunter ed, you can hunt anything without restriction. But for small game, do we have any special provision for when hunters can do that and what the requirements are?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, we do not. And, you know, it is one of those states that when you want to get into the realm of hunting big game, you are subject to getting into the draw, and luck of the draw, you may have those opportunities. Fortunately, in our state, our small game opportunities are also pretty good. And that was one of the things that I saw in our mentored youth program, is that unlike many other hunters, they do not appear to get as discouraged if they do not draw big game in the first go round. Rather, they tend to pick up some of those additional pieces to hunt waterfowl, upland, and pursue some of those small game opportunities. Interestingly enough, too, what's kind of complicated is that some of these programs do put some focus on, say, turkey hunting as a first opportunity. But turkey in New Mexico lives in our big game rule, and so it's considered big game.
Okay. And I guess the last thing is mostly comment, maybe a question wrapped up in here, and that is I'm a huge advocate as well of this program. I think it's outstanding. And I commend you and the department for kind of leading this and the success that it's had. I'm a huge proponent of having mentors with individuals for their first experiences, particularly family members and so forth. I still have concern about the age. I did go online and at least dabble in what the mentored youth program education is all about. I honestly doubt many 8-year-olds could do that unassisted without someone helping them. I don't think their reading comprehension and just how to interact with the computer and do all of that is up to that level. And so I continue to have some concerns about 8-year-olds and big game hunting for a number of reasons, for emotional maturity as well as safety and other things. But would you make a little bit of a comment on when people are interacting online with the actual education components of the mentored youth program and what you know about whether they have someone working with them as they're going through that, which is not a bad thing, but I suspect that's how that happens.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls. So yeah, it is difficult to know for sure, but I think we can make a pretty strong educated guess as to parental participation with that program. I will say this about online education, and I think it's important to note, is that technology is our friend in the educational aspect of the approach to this. And I say that because what has happened over time for us is that as we have more students participate in our online program, we can in live time see areas that we need to improve as teachers and instructors, and we are able to make adjustments. As a matter of fact, just recently we updated our test and our Today's Hunter, which is the Hunter Education Manual, based on some of the things that we've learned by trying to teach this content. What I do see at our skills-based camps is that our online education students typically tend to outperform our traditional class students a little bit. I think that's primarily because of the way that they retain information. I think that as we have more and more students now engaging in virtual education, that's becoming the norm and a comfortable place for them. And there's going to be greater demand on us to provide that virtual education, that online opportunity. And so I see it as a benefit. Additionally, I can't help but put the one finger on one of the things that we've always struggled with, we will always struggle with, is that no two instructors are quite the same unless you're an Android, which is kind of our online system. It delivers the exact same education to everyone who takes it. No two Hunter Ed classes are ever quite exactly alike. And I love our Hunter Ed instructors. They're outstanding, high quality, responsible conservationists who really do a great job providing that education. But from time to time, we have had to work on various areas of that delivery to try to make it as consistent as possible. And the human element always makes that difficult. So that's kind of where we're at with it.
Thank you. And my compliments for the adjustments and tweaks you're already making to the program based on this process.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Vesbach, did I see your hand go up?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Yeah, and I'll echo that. I appreciate the process of going out to the public, getting feedback, making adjustments. It's good to see. And I've introduced a number of adults in addition to youth to hunting, and I think hunting is just something where you need a mentor to make it work. Like you're probably not gonna be successful and get into it it's very, very difficult without a mentor. And we have that window of age up to about 17 with a lot of competition for kids' attention these days. And so making this easier with the mentors, it's a great program. I understand why almost all the states have adopted some version of it. I appreciate that New Mexico's adopted it. And in addition to hunting being safe, like you showed there, Chief Cherry, if I remember right, mentored youth hunting is the safest of even the types of hunting. So, and that data showed a lot with these states that have had, longstanding less barriers to entry, kind of was the cause for this, taking that research, the cause for this going across and being adopted by many states. So again, appreciate us doing this, reviewing it. I would ask, I guess, two questions. One is on the mentor training. We heard that a lot. We saw it had pretty high support in the comments. Are there other states that do this that you're looking at, Chief Cherry, that you can kind of give us a preview of what that might look like in terms of mentor training? Or just to explain your thought process.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Vespa, the quick answer to that is no. The states that requires, we went countless throughout them. The states that have a training requirement, which is Hunter Ed, generally speaking, is directly attached to the fact that they have to have hunter education in order to purchase a license, even as an adult. And us establishing some type of training into this will be charting new waters. I don't know many that do it, but I also, as I've said, the comments that I've received and the discussions, at least with those 6 individuals during that public meeting, were incredibly strong support for this aspect. So I think it's a really positive, good direction for us to go. I think we would be a little bit more on the forefront of potentially providing something that I think maybe some other states would pick up on themselves. I see it as a good thing. And then the one other thing, in regards to that comment that I would be completely remiss in not bringing up at this time, is that this was originally scheduled as a hearing. We have moved that to December 3rd. And so we still have ample opportunity for the public to provide us additional comment all the way up until 8 a.m. on December 2nd. And so I just wanted to make that clear. And as a commission meeting, this is, that last opportunity for me to really hear some of the things that you all have again, input on this particular potential rule change.
Well, I guess on that note, the input I would have is I'd really like to see our encouragement hunts added back in. They were removed. They were specifically in there to, encourage originally youth and now seniors too, to get a crack at this. We have they're cow hunts, late season, generally set aside. I would like to see them added in. So I'd like to know what you would think of that, Chief Cherry.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Vespa, I know that there has been some discussion about some of those encouragement hunts going undersubscribed. And I quite often think that part of that has to do with the fact that we require that they put in for the draw first before they end up with first crack at those tags. And so they had to have been in that system first. And I think sometimes there are those folks who wait, they procrastinate, they're not sure what they want to do till it's closer to hunting season. And so I think the two could really marry each other, complement each other in a big way. And but then again, my issue with it is that we are asking for antelope, but we are not asking for elk. And those encouragement hunts are a cow elk opportunity. And so that kind of becomes the disconnect for us in this program.
Okay. Well, I guess then I guess I would recommend, and we could see if there's disagreement among other commissioners, maybe we could have a vote, but I'd like to see those elk encouragement hunts made available to the mentor programs as they were in the past. And and when it gets to the appropriate time, if we revisit that rule too, I'd love to see, I think youth who didn't, like you mentioned, youth who didn't draw anything, I think used to get first crack, and then just youth who didn't come up with an elk license got a crack after that. And so, I agree with you on that, but like you say, it's two pieces. So we can hear from other commissioners, but if there's universal agreement, I'd love to see that. Otherwise, I guess the way to go would be to kind of do a motion and see where we're at on those encouragement hunts.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Vesbach, I would just point out that those hunts exist in the elk rule, which is not open at the moment, and would take some changes in that rule in order to facilitate the mentored youth piece. So I guess we could draw the process out longer, or we could address these changes, and then when we get a little farther down the road on the elk rule, we could address it then.
Thank you, Director Sloan.
You're suggesting, sorry, may I ask one more question of the director?
Yes, please.
Just clarification. So you're saying that we could then go back and open a piece of the mentored youth rule at that time as well when we do the elk rule? We'd have to reopen it and allow encouragement elk, or we could just do that now and then also address it later. So I guess, could you walk me through the process there of what you would recommend would be the best way to address that if we did address it?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I think that the first step would be just, if the commission desires to change the mentored youth rule as we presented it, or in whatever fashion the commission desires, and then take a step back and consider whether, when we wait until we open the elk rule for all the changes that may be coming in the future, or whether we open it specific to mentored youth earlier than that, but sort of work through a process that will take a little bit of time to get some public input and to open the rule and that sort of stuff. So I think there's kind of three paths, right? There's the adopt the rule as it is or as the commission wants it. There's adopt the rule and open the elk rule just for mentored youth and in that area, or adopt the rule and wait a little while until the elk rule is ready to be opened for all of the changes that may come, and deal with it then. And so obviously that would be a commission decision about timing.
Okay. Well, I guess my personal preference then would be to permit it in the rule now while we have it open, and then just when we get to the elk rule, I don't want to open the elk rule early, but when we get to the elk rule, we'd have to address it there as well. So option 3, I think that you laid out.
Yeah, I guess I'm sorry. I probably didn't explain it well enough. I think we would have to open the mentored youth rule at the time and make both changes concurrently. I don't think we could put it in one rule and have it conflict with the other rule. It would be relatively straightforward amendment in the mentored youth rule when and if you change the elk rule.
Okay, thank you for explaining. Then I am okay with waiting until we get to the elk rule. I like having our rules on 4-year cycles and not opening them early, so I'm okay with that.
Thank you, Commissioner Vesbach and Director Sloan. Any other commissioners? Comments?
Madam Chair?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair.
Lance, thank you for putting this presentation together. I just have a couple of questions. I guess I want to just make note of the fact that when you, in your presentation, you talked about how the reward for completing Hunter Ed was being able to be given all the privileges of hunting big game. And I think that's a pretty important statement. And so I guess I think that we have taken the reward away for actually doing one of the most significant things across this nation to address hunter safety issues that was implemented, and taken away really the incentive to achieve that reward. And so when I know, I worked with Jennifer to get data on the Hunter Ed program and the mentored youth program. And in that, I learned several things. When a child is younger than is allowed to attend Hunter Ed or to take Hunter Ed, they come with a parent and they must do it in person. So that youngster and the parent both are learning at the same time with in-person training. I think that's important, whether the parent is asking for a certificate or not. So I think that's a really important deal. I also know that the Hunter Ed education program has been modified. We're one of a few states that has dropped the comprehension level down to a 5th to 6th grade level in order to be able to get more younger kids through the program. I talked to Jennifer about that. They felt like that was another way of getting more safe kids out in the field, making the content a whole lot easier to comprehend if they were younger than 5th or 6th graders. So I think that was a great idea. I also looked at the data over the last 8 years, or the years that the program's been in place. And the only time that there were more mentored youth hunters under the age of 10 in the program was when it was a free-for-all, no age limit, and any species you want to apply for. And then the years that they made the changes, we had more 8 and 9-year-olds go with their parents to take Hunter Ed than they did going straight into the program. So you're correct that you have seen a decline in those participants. And what that says to me, just if we looked at the license year ending 2020, we had 359 mentored youth program kids, and we had 670 red kids between 8 and 9. So that was more kids, almost twice the number of kids are going to red so that they can the privilege of big game. Concerned with dropping the age years old. I just had a kid who turned 8 yesterday. That's what I'm talking about. We just can't imagine 270 on his person hunting a deer, hunting antelope, whatever. But it's not only that I think they're too young. I'm afraid that we drop the age down. There's no longer incentive for an 8-year-old or a 9-year-old to take Hunter Ed like there is now. And we would have fewer 8 and 9-year-olds that are safe out in the field than those that are, we're just from one to put it in another. I believe we'll have fewer that will take Hunter Ed, and your numbers for the mentor program will go up. And I don't think that that's what we should do, is take from one pool that already is what we consider safe hunters out there and possibly taking this pool away and making it nothing. Because as an 8-year-old, a parent with an 8-year-old, why would I continue to try to fit my kid in a hunter ed class? I don't have to. They can go and possibly, with what Commissioner Vestbach is asking for, hunt everything but oryx and Barbary sheep and bighorn sheep. I also, that's my biggest problem right there, is taking, I believe we'll take from one pool to the other. Also, I'm concerned still that we've had a program for 8 years or 7 years, and we have not tracked anything in the program to really evaluate it. I still believe, just like our chair talked about with the revocations, about knowing your customers or knowing your clients and understanding what that data is telling you about. Why are these kids running off? Is it the privilege of hunting all those big game species more attractive than it is to be able to just hunt deer or maybe say antelope? Is that why they're going straight to hunter ed? Because they want to hunt other things. I think that's important to know before you modify a program and change it, to me, drastically, without understanding what is happening in the current program. We make a lot of comparisons with New Mexico to our surrounding states. And I believe when it's convenient, we tout, we should be like Colorado, we should be like Arizona, we should be like Texas or whatever, when we use those arguments in a variety of ways. And if I look at Colorado, Utah, and Arizona, they start with small game at age 10, where we are starting at age 10 with big game already. And then they move at age 12 to big game, and they require hunter ed by then. So I don't know why we are expanding this program with all the full privileges, except for a few species, of what every other kid is being asked to do when they go straight to hunter ed. And so I still have all those same concerns. It would make more sense to me if you came with a proposal for 8 and 9-year-olds to be able to hunt small game and then go into the mentored use at age 10 and be allowed to hunt some of those big game animals and then have hunter education. But going straight, I still can't support it. And those are just all the reasons. And I know, Lance, you are proud of this program. And I think the fact that every state has some sort of use-oriented program, but to me, I still am a big advocate for hunter ed's the answer. I think the mentors that are taking these kids out, whether they're 10 or 8, should have a hunter ed certificate. I don't think doing something online with or without any supervision, while you're doing stuff online as a child, we know already from hearing the teachers on what they're dealing with right now and teaching class, how many kids are and parents aren't really plugged in with their kids. So, and I like the fact that you cannot take online hunter ed unless you're a certain age. To me, that's really important. I congratulate you guys for making that way, but that's all I have to say. I still can't support it as it's written. I do appreciate you trying to deal with the mentors and trying to put some sort of qualifications. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Kramer and Commissioner Lopez, I would like to hear from both of you. It is 11:36. We are behind schedule, but I think this is such an important topic, an agenda item, that I do like to hear from each of the commissioners, and then I will reserve my comments after the two of you, and I will be very brief, I promise.
And
Commissioner Lopez, I see your mic is off.
And Madam Chair,
yes.
Switching hats real quickly, I just want to make you aware that there are also 3 public who are requesting to comment before we're finished.
Wonderful. That is, thank you so much, Chief Lance Cherry. I would like to hear from the commissioners, and then absolutely let's go to the public, and then I will again be last, but I will make them brief. Commissioner Lopez and then Commissioner Kramer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Again, I am, I guess, moderate on this topic because being on a local public body school board, I understand how education, anytime we can get our youth engaged in some type of education to better themselves and get outdoors, especially as our mission and vision is here with the Game and Fish, I am for. But again, I'm torn in the issue of giving a 8-year-old a firearm. And I understand that we have rules now that they can take hunter ed and learn it safely and then, you know, hunt with a adult or by themselves. But I still see that having an exposure at such a young age to possibly, I don't know, but I understand, like, you know, like what was it, Colorado said, you know, they start them at small game. That's great. I mean, you know, here in New Mexico, I was a product of the hunter education system myself, so I understand how safety it can be, but I just walk the line there between having an 8-year-old, you know, possibly being a mentor and training other youth and as well. But again, education and getting them outdoors and engaging them is, you know, our priority here in the commission. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. Commissioner Kramer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lance, I have a question. Is it possible that some of those that are enrolled in Hunter Ed are also mentored youth? Is there an overlap there?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kramer, that really is the intent. They have 2 consecutive license years that they can utilize this program, but the whole intent is that first opportunity that they get or first chance they get, we try to really push them towards the next step of hunter education. And in fact, quite a few of them, just based on the timing when they get in the program, typically run about 1 year in the mentored youth program and then manage to get their hunter education completed in the next couple months prior. That's how it works.
Yeah, I knew there was the push to get them into hunter ed from the mentored youth program, so it complements the hunter ed as well. I spoke at length the last meeting about how I was leery about it as well, and then got to thinking about my work with, mainly archery youth and their maturity. And obviously a lot of it is up to the mentor and whether that 8-9-year-old is mature enough to handle whatever firearm they choose. I'm in favor of it personally. I just think that it can work. I've seen it work. I understand that folks have questions about it and reservations about it, but again, it's up to that mentor to know that whether that youth is capable and mature enough to do that.
Thank you, Commissioner Kramer. That was very good. Chief Lance Cherry, can you please open the mic to members of our public?
Yes, Madam Chair. Our first speaker will be Colleen Payne. Colleen, you've been connected. Please unmute your mic on your end.
Good morning, Chief. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Colleen Payne. I'm the New Mexico Regional Director for the Mule Deer Foundation. But most importantly, I am also a licensed hunter in this state and a hunter education instructor for our youth in the state. And I just kind of wanted to share my sentiments and echo some of the letter which I've already emailed to you after the last meeting and hearing the first discussion. And I want to echo that I am in full support of all the proposed changes and pleased to see some additions to here as well. From my experience with the hunter education students that we've had in our classes, as young as the age of 7, they have been very attentive to the process, to the material, and their parents have been very involved and shown a commitment to help teach them to be successful and stay safe for these hunts and for these classes. Dropping the age limit for the mentored youth program does not take away their ability to take hunter education at age 8. And in fact, I see it as providing our youth with even more opportunities to get involved in the outdoors and be educated while doing so. There are already young hunters under the age of 10 with firearms as a licensed hunter in the field. And I see this as an additional training and education to better prepare them for their hunter education class, and allowing the parents or the mentors the opportunity to evaluate the child's abilities and interests to even be involved in this. The parents are going to be able to make that final decision if their child has the ability, the attention, and the safety to go forward in this, or to decide to do it later as they get older and more mature. I'm pleased to see the addition of the mentor training and certification in order for the youth to be adequately mentored and follow safe, ethical, and legal guidance in the field. Our instructors, hunters, youth guides, and outfitters all have to take a test to provide their services and knowledge to participate in hunting. And I feel mentors should be no different to that. This is a fantastic way to showcase the abilities of our mentors and what they can do for mentees, recruit and activate new hunters, and positively encourage youth to participate, to be mentors in the future and carry on these traditions that we work so hard to pass down. I would love to see any of the students that I've had in my classes decide to be a mentor and get other friends, family, and future hunters involved as well. Our youth in New Mexico need all the support they can get, especially in current situations. Let's give them the resources, education, and guidance we can. And this program does just that. Let's not hold them back from being the future of conservation. And I encourage you to approve the proposed changes to the Mentor Youth Program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Payne. Mr. Cherry, Chief Lance Cherry, is there another person prepared to speak?
Madam Chair, next up is John Crenshaw. John Crenshaw, please unmute your mic.
Thank you, Mr. Cherry. Madam Chair, members of the commission, good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see, well, can't see.
John Crenshaw, I'm president of the board of directors of the New Mexico Wildlife Federation. First, I'd like to recognize Chief Cherry and the department for their success in the 3R program of recruiting, retaining, and reactivating hunters and anglers. I think we've established perhaps some national leadership, and certainly doing a very good job of that. The Mentored Youth Program we see as a key part of that recruitment, and the Federation fully supports mentored hunting and the youth recruitment program. Specifically regarding the amendments proposed to this rule, the Federation does support adding it to the 4-year rule cycle. That's a good idea. And adding pronghorn to the species that mentored youth are allowed to take. Any coach will tell you that you want your mentor or mentee to practice in an atmosphere of success. And a pronghorn hunt, you have a very high probability of seeing game and getting a shot and perhaps taking something home, which would be very encouraging to them. The Federation, I'm beginning to feel a bit stodgy, frankly, but we do not support lowering the mentored youth minimum age to 8 years. I would say as an aside here, and this is me talking, the board and the staff have not discussed this, but thinking out loud, that perhaps the commission department and sportsmen should consider adopting a stair-step program, so to speak, with younger hunters allowed to hunt small game and birds initially, and then move into the big game kind of program. But again, we haven't discussed that, and that's not a recommendation, just something I think we really should be thinking about. We do retain, as the rule currently stands and is proposed, retaining the 10-year-old minimum. And we also recommended tightening the mentor's supervisory responsibilities. And as experienced hunters and parents and grandparents, our staff and board members simply agreed that 8 is an awfully young age to be afield with a firearm, that it's just not as safe as we'd like it to be. 8-year-olds' attention spans are very short. retaining and consistently applying the lessons in the abbreviated 100 course, ed course would be, I think, problematic. As to recommending the strengthening the rules regarding the supervision, we had recommended requiring that all the mentors, regardless of their age, to have completed hunter education classes of their own, requiring them to be in the immediate vicinity of the mentee at all times and within 25 feet or less while the mentee is actually handling a firearm. And I would think that would be particularly so in the case of 8 or 9-year-olds. Limiting the mentorship to mentors supervising only one mentee at a time, and require the mentors to devote their full attention to the mentee while the child is hunting and not engage in hunting of their own while supervising. All of these recommendations are only in the interest of safety. I want to reiterate the Federation supports hunter and angler recruitment, including especially of youth, and are really quite proud of the Game and Fish Department's success in this arena. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Crenshaw. And again, thank you, Ms. Payne. Mr. Chief Lance Cherry, is there another person prepared to speak?
Madam Chair, the final one will be Joel Gay. Joel, your mic is ready to be unmuted.
Thank you, Lance. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Game Commission. As you already know, this is a tough issue for a lot of people, and it was just the same. Oh, excuse me. I'm Joel Gay. I'm the chairman of the New Mexico chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. As we discussed this proposed rule, we ran into the same divisions that you have already seen, and we took the easy way out. We don't oppose lowering the age to 8, nor do we support it. We think that children younger than 10 who want to hunt have the option of taking a hunter education course. And we actually prefer that younger children receive more department-led instruction rather than simply hunting under the supervision of a mentor. We think that there is ample opportunity for kids in the mentored youth program already with the species available without the addition of pronghorn or other big game species, as was brought up today, such as perhaps cow elk, for which adult hunting opportunity is already severely limited. For instance, I'll just point back to the leftover tag sale that occurred earlier this year. Of the 56 antelope tags that were available, all of them were youth-only hunts. And so it just doesn't seem quite right to take hunts out of the general public big game draw when it's so hard to draw a tag as it is. We salute the Lance and his crew for realizing that the mentored youth, the mentors should have some sort of training. We would urge that all mentors have a state certified hunter education course. As John Crenshaw just mentioned, we think there should be a limit in the regulation on the number of kids that any one mentor can have under their wing. You can imagine somebody going out with, say, 2 of their kids or their kid and a friend to hunt turkeys and have, they ought to be limited to 1 kid under their license. But I think more important than some of these issues is that if the goal of this proposed change is to introduce more people to hunting and to ensure a steady stream of future license revenue, we believe the department should shift its focus away from youth, from whom there are already ample programs and opportunities, and increase efforts to recruit new adult hunters. Potential adult hunters require significantly less education, less familial support, and less lead time to become a self-sustaining, fee-paying member of our hunting community. New Mexico currently offers no program specifically for adult hunters. But all you have to do is look around at the neighboring states and you can see that there are all sorts of opportunities that we could replicate here. And New Mexico BHA is eager to help out if we can. We have a national program for the R3 issue and called Hunting for Sustainability, and we'll be happy to help out however we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. I sure do appreciate that. Before we go into a vote, before we go into a motion and a second, I'm going to summarize what I've heard today very briefly, and then I'm going to express my thoughts on this. All of the comments that we've heard today are fantastic, starting with the issue of benchmarking, looking to the states, but using that information to tailor our needs in New Mexico is very important. So thank you, Commissioner Souls, for bringing up that concept of benchmarking and looking at the other states. And I thought, Chief Cherry, your answers were spot on. I also commend the department for continuing Hunter Ed and the idea of having a mentor provided in this particular program for the youth, the 18, or excuse me, not the 18, the 8-year-olds. I think that's very important. Let me slow down because I'm trying to make a very brief summary here, just looking at my notes. I thought a very important point that Commissioner Kramer brought up is the integration, if you will, of the Hunter program and the mentor program. I thought that was a very important point. And I also like what Mr. Gay had to say in terms of looking for more opportunities of education. Let's not limit it to the youth. Let's consider others. The concept of adding other animals to the mentor program. Commissioner Vesbach, spot on, the idea of cow, elk. I thought that was very good. But I think what we're starting with, what I'm hearing is a graded approach. And then looking to the department of maybe timing and adding things. I certainly think that is very, very good. But what I also found very important through this discussion, the data of customer survey, Chief Cherry adding that information about opening it up for the public discussions, what you've heard, and then also today's discussions, I think are very important. So I'm also going to say that walking into this meeting, I was starting to waffle. Last meeting, I was very much in favor of the mentor program. Coming into today's meeting, I was not. I will be perfectly honest. The idea of an 8-year-old hunting, it made me pause, wondering whether my 3 children at 8 would have been prepared. But at the end of the day, we have students, we have youth who are ready and prepared to go hunting. And if they are given that opportunity to be with a mentor and to learn and to actually respect the privilege, thank you, Vice Chair, for that word, that privilege of hunting and the game, I think I am now in favor, very much in favor of this. So if I could, commissioners, may I hear a motion? I think this is a motion, is it not?
No.
Or is it just a discussion item?
It's a discussion item, but it's clear to me that there's some difference among the commissioners, and I think having some clarity about what rule it is you would like us to bring you would be helpful. I know Lance has a proposal on the table. I've heard a variety of things from a variety of commissioners that are tweaks and to that, and I would hate for Lance to put together a proposal and bring it to you and have it not be what you want, and then we get stuck in that place where you can't change it during the hearing. So I think you can make a motion about sort of a general direction that you're giving us, even in a discussion item, or you can just tell us what to do. I'm not sure you're going to get consensus among the commissioners from the discussion I've heard thus far, So I don't know how you'd like to proceed, but it would be helpful to have some real clarity on exactly what you'd like us to bring you back.
Okay, thank you. And that's what I was attempting to do with my brief summary. Thank you, Director Sloan. It was just all over the map, but that's exactly what we've had in this particular discussion. So I'm going to turn it over. Yes, Commissioner Souls, thank you.
Madam Chair, in light of what the director just said, I'd like to say that from my perspective, my major concern is really 8-year-olds hunting our largest game. And I'd like to hear how the other commissioners feel about the tiered approach that we heard in some surrounding states, where you could hunt small game at 8 under this program and leave it at 10 for our big game animals.
Thank you, Commissioner Souls. I'm going to bounce that to you, Commissioner Vesbach. The graded approach, the step, yes. What do you think about that? Because you introduced the idea of the cow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to clarify, that used to be in place. So the cow, the encouragement hunts being open, and I'm okay deferring that as the director laid out till we get into the big game rule. But yeah, I'm okay with that. I guess, just kind of thinking out loud through this, my only concern is that we make things too complex and sort of overthink when we don't actually have a safety problem, all the things that might happen that we don't have any data are happening. So, I guess kind of agnostic on that. When I think about why I would like to see that 10-year-old thing removed, I think of small game. I think of squirrels and, those type of hunts that, I was doing at that age that my daughters were. So I'd be okay. I guess I'd be okay with investigating that, and I'd really respect the opinion of the department too on that. So it's not a real full answer. I'd definitely be okay with that. And I further saw, what you brought up, Chief Cherry, about, kind of breaking those barriers down even farther in Arizona, where, up to a certain age, you don't need a license for some of those small game species. Those ideas might be out there too. That would probably require legislation and a longer term thing. But as you're investigating it, I'd just like to know kind of that full suite of ideas. And then I guess since I have the floor here for a second, Joel Gay's comments on behalf of BHA about adults and bringing adults in, I agree with that too. And I know Chief Cherry, you with more resources would probably love to take on doing more there. And so I just want to say we're super open and completely agree with that. In addition, I don't think anybody's presenting that as an either or, that we do less for bringing kids in. But so yeah, I'd like to hear from other commissioners, but I'm not opposed to a tiered approach.
Oh, okay. So because I would like to try and wrap up, it's a little after 12. The one person we need to hear from before we sign off, I see a few other commissioners that have been unmuted, is Vice Chair. I'm going to throw out a question to you, Vice Chair Salazar Henry. Another important feature of this mentor youth program was not only the age, but the change rule to a 4-year cycle. Would it help you in any way if that year cycle was less, if we looked at this as a pilot program, more of a pilot program, just to give it a test, test the waters, so to speak? Because you, of all the commissioners, were most concerned and raising objections to this. So I respect your thoughts. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I believe the original rule was written as a 10-year rule or something, and I asked for it to be considered to a 4-year rule, just so this conversation would happen again sooner than whatever it was written at. So I don't remember the years, but because I thought it was important that if the department is not going to track what's going on, that future commissions should have a chance to have this kind of in-depth discussion. Mm-hmm. And so lowering that to a 2-year, calling it a pilot program is not going to change what I think. I do love the idea of a tiered approach that Commissioner Souls has brought up. I think even if, and I will tell you personally, even if you just required 1 year, had your first year that in the program, you had to hunt only small game. To me, that would even make me feel better than going straight at 8 and 9 years old to big game. At least have that opening in the field experience, handling a gun, a much smaller weapon or firearm to hunt with. Sorry, I keep calling it weapon. I shouldn't. Even that, but I like the tiered approach. I like a lot about what Colorado does. I like the fact that if I hunt in Colorado, I have to have a hunter ed certificate. So I would support Commissioner Souls' tiered approach. The only thing that I now heard that's different, that is making me think different, and this goes to a lot to what Commissioner Kramer had talked about, all the things they had in place for mentored programs for her archery and stuff, was that besides having a certificate, we are not really have given that kind of in-depth thought that the Wildlife Federation and backcountry hunters and anglers have to how to make sure your mentors are also operating safely in the field with small children. So, I like everything they said about all those things that should be required. And I believe Lance Cherry can build a program that would tackle that without having to put that in rule. But I would like for them for sure to consider all those things somewhere in the program that lay out the specifics for those mentors. But I like the tiered approach. And
Thank
I like
you.
to keep it at 4 years.
Commissioner Kramer, I will give you 30 seconds.
Well, I think we're missing a huge point here. An 8-year-old can take hunter ed and hunt any big game species right now. So why would they do the mentored program if we kill this part of it? If we go to this tiered thing, I think that we might hurt the mentored program tremendously because they don't have to, they can just go take hunter ed and go hunt. So we got to think about that. There's no minimum age for hunting in New Mexico.
I'm all for more hunter ed certified kids.
Well, I agree, but if they're in the mentored program and they can only hunt small game, or they can just go take hunter ed and hunt large game. Isn't that correct, Lance?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kramer, that is correct.
Okay.
Very good point. Director Sloan and Chief Cherry, do you have enough from this discussion on how to move forward, or do we need to tell me? What do you think? I see a big smile on your face, Chief Cherry.
Madam Chair, it's clear as mud. I
think we have two options at this point, it appears to me. The rule as it was presented, or a rule that would allow for small game from 8 to 10 and add a larger game species potentially from 10 to 12. I get a little bit of a sense that maybe that's the preference of the commission or the majority of the commission, but I can't really tell with any certainty. So some more clear direction I think would be helpful.
Commissioner Vesbach and Commissioner Souls Lopez. Can I hear from the three of you quickly on what Director Sloan just said on that particular approach? Vesbach, Commissioner Vesbach.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm not concerned about that there's going to be a big rush of unsafe hunting if we approve the department's recommendations. I think it's safe, and I think Commissioner Kramer raises a very good point. And to further your unclarity, to me, the most important thing is opening pronghorn on this and giving more opportunity. My concern is kids making it to 17 and never drawing a tag, and just not getting that enough, getting 2 or 3, 4 or 5 hunts during that period. That's really my concern. The age difference is, I'm just more agnostic on that. I'm not super concerned about it either way. I don't think the data supports worrying about it as a safety issue at all. The mentored hunts are our safest kind of hunts, and hunting is safer than bowling. So, I apologize that I don't have strong feelings on that. I'd be okay either way. I guess I would lean towards just it's simpler as it is, and doing a tiered approach. We may have to almost kind of think through the entire program because you pass on our safety. But I'd be okay with either approach.
Very good.
I kind of want to, I guess I'd want the department's recommendations on that too.
Commissioner Souls?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate Commissioner Kramer's comments. I was aware that with Hunter Ed, we don't have an age restriction on that, but there are unique aspects to the mentor program intentionally so that new hunters don't have to go through Hunter Ed. Instead, for only 2 years, they can go with a mentor. I still like the idea of mentors mentoring them on smaller game species to start with. I appreciate how safe it is. I'm not, the reason I would not support an 8-year-old age is not the safety, but the overall maturity level of the hunters. I may have said this at the previous meeting. I spoke to both of my sons who are in their 30s now, didn't start hunting when they were young, and they said at 8 years old, a big game animal would have just turned them off to hunting forever. I don't think third graders are comfortable with what it means to take a life of something that significant. But I'd like them to be out in the field, which they can do now, and they could do it with small game that I think they're more emotionally able to handle. So in terms of direction to the department, I'd be comfortable with them coming back and saying, hey, at the next meeting, here are 2 options. You need to approve one of these 2 instead of us saying only this option today, because we clearly have different opinions.
Director Sloan?
Madam Chair, because of the way the hearings are set up, that's very difficult to do in terms of providing you with a rule to have a hearing on. And I guess I might defer to Valerie Joe, our Attorney General, in terms of, is there an ability to present options within the rule for you to select? Since you've had this discussion, does that form the groundwork sufficient for you to change a rule that we might bring before you? Kind of what are the options in a hearing? Again, my understanding is kind of we bring you a final rule that you either say yes or no to, but that interpretation sometimes changes depending on our AG representation.
Right, so for rule hearings, we have the proposed rule, right? That much is clear. We have the set rule unless the commission at this point, sorry, and this is Valerie Joe speaking, unless the commission is clear about what changes it wants, then those changes could be made now and the current rule information could be updated, because right now there is the information that's posted in the New Mexico Register, on the Sunshine portal, as well as I believe on the Department of Game and Fish website for this rule hearing. So usually what happens at a rule hearing is the proposed rule is presented, and then if there are amendments to be made, then they can be taken at that time, as well as public comment. And if it is significant changes, there could be the need to, republish and have another rulemaking hearing. So the point I'm trying to make now is that if you know what changes are going to be made, you can have them made now so that they can be published in the ways that they need to be published and publicized, so that public comment can be taken on any of those changes, specifically at the rule hearing. So basically, drastic changes shouldn't be made, but if they are, minor changes, they could be adopted at the rule hearing.
Okay.
So the more information you have now, the better and easier.
Okay. Thank you very much, Attorney General. So I don't want to take an official vote, but based on that advice that we just heard from the Assistant Attorney General, Let's start with the first, which is what is presented today. What was presented by Chief Cherry. I'm going to quickly go through because the next question there will be another follow-up question, but the first question is, as written, as presented today by Chief Cherry, as presented, would you be comfortable with proceeding as is, as presented? So I'm going to start, I'm looking at my screen and it has nothing to do in an alphabetical manner or there's no ulterior motive here. So I'm going to start with Commissioner Kramer. As written, would you be willing to continue with this as written?
Yes.
Next on the list is Vice Chair.
No.
Commissioner Vesbach?
Madam Chair, as I stated, yes. However, I think I would like to just make a brief statement. Sorry. This is something that we all support, getting more youth out hunting, providing more opportunity. And in the interest of this going to a 4-year rule and trying to achieve some consensus, and listen to the thought that the Wildlife Federation, BHA, some of our normal partners are putting in, I would be very comfortable with a tiered approach.
Okay, that's my second question. So thank you for introducing the second issue. But for the moment, let's just stick with what has been presented as is, and your answer is yes. So Commissioner Souls.
No, and I echo Jeremy's comments about the input we got from Wildlife Federation and BHA.
Okay, very good. We're going to have another vote. Commissioner Lopez, or not a vote, but just a poll. Let me call it a poll. Commissioner Lopez. As is.
No.
Commissioner Bates.
Yes.
And Chair Salazar Hickey. Yes. Now let's go to the next question. The next question is, let's see if we have more yeses. With modification as described by Commissioner Souls and echoed by some of the other commissioners. Let's start with Commissioner Kramer. Would that be a yes or a no?
No.
Vice Chair?
Yes.
Commissioner Vesbach?
Yes.
Commissioner Souls?
Yes, and I'd like to clarify that I would add antelope in, which I'm confused now whether that's in the current proposal or not, but I certainly.
It is, I believe as is, we heard that antelope was in, as is.
Very good.
Okay. Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
And Commissioner Bates? Commissioner Bates, is that a yes or a no?
I thought I saw a question from Mr. Crenshaw asking, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
It's a yes?
Yes.
And Hickey is, whether I say yes or no, we're already, the majority is the tiered approach or the step. Director Sloan, how would you like to take that discussion now? How would you like to proceed? Because I also heard a very resounding echo from the commissioners. They are looking to you for your recommendations.
So Madam Chair, I guess I've kind of thought from the beginning that a tiered approach might be the compromise to get us through this. So I think small game from 8 to 10 and adding a game species like pronghorn from 10 to 12 seems like a reasonable compromise, moves the program and the rule along. And so I guess I would suggest that Lance go back to the work table and knock something out that aligns with that, and we can bring that to you for a rule hearing.
Perfect. That's wonderful.
So I think, Madam Chair, I think Commissioner Bates was asking a question about a question in the chat. Which hopefully Lance has had a chance to read because it looks like it's pretty long.
Well, I can read that into the record from John Crenshaw at 12:12 p.m. Would a tiered approach require legislative changes to license classes? Who can buy and what they hunt? 17-3-2. N. A junior senior deer license may be purchased by a resident who is younger than 18 years or older than 65 years. A junior senior deer license entitles a license to hunt for deer during the open season for that species. A junior or senior fishing and game hunting combination license may be purchased by a resident who is younger than 18 years or older than 65 years. A junior or senior fishing and game hunting combination license entitles the licensee to fish for game fish or hunt for squirrel and game birds other than wild turkey during the open season for each species, and to apply for or purchase a license to hunt for deer, antelope, elk, bighorn sheep, Barbary sheep, javelina, bear, oryx, ibex, cougar, and wild turkey. So Commissioner Bates, I've read into the record the comment that we received from Mr. John Crenshaw. And so to that end, I say thank you, because I think that's very important to get it into the record. But at this point in time, I don't think we need to modify anything that we've had in our discussions based on that comment. I think it was a very good comment. So Director Sloan and Assistant Attorney General Valerie Jo, I think, do we have enough to proceed?
I believe the next step is the tiered approach would have to be like mocked up as the rule, and then you would have to publish it and then give time for the hearing and all of that. So I think at whichever the next meeting is, it would be appropriate for the proposed rule to be looked at by all of the commissioners, voted upon, and then if approved, the next time after that would be when the rule hearing would take place.
Agreed. Is that, do you agree with that, Director Sloan?
Madam Chair, our next meeting, I believe, is December 3rd, which is also the day that notice needs to be submitted for a hearing for our January meeting. I mean, certainly we could bring the rule back to you, but I think that we would be kind of stuck at the point of already having put out notice. I think we do have enough direction, and Lance can correct me if I'm wrong, from you today to produce a rule that you can either accept, reject, or tweak slightly based on the consensus I think you arrived at today.
Okay, so there'll be a draft today for them to look at, and then they could approve it in a vote today and then get it published for December?
So I don't think that's what I said, no.
Sorry, I misunderstood. I apologize.
I think what I said is we have enough of a straw man to develop a rule and put that out to public and send it to commissioners, take public comment, do a notice of rulemaking December 3rd for the hearing in January. And then I based on what I've heard today, I think there are enough commissioners that support the general concept that we would put into rule, that any changes would be minor enough that they could be accepted at the hearing versus a substantial change. Or commissioners may develop other opinions in between and reject the rule outright, and we'd be left with the ongoing rule that we currently have.
And then one thing I might add to this discussion, we did submit for that rule hearing notice for that rule hearing yesterday.
But
I think that's important to.
Madam Chair, Lance, that notice of rule hearing, did it include what the proposal was?
It includes a small summary.
So we may have to renotice.
I was going to say, could we have a special meeting, Attorney General Valerie Jo or Director Sloan? Would that help? A special meeting before December 3rd?
I guess I would defer to the commission about whether this rises to the level of needing that, whether you feel like we have consensus and could just renotice and bring you a rule in January. That's completely up to your decision.
Right, and I think there's the timing with the rule notices and things like that that have to also be considered there.
Okay, so then let's not complicate things. Let's keep it simple and let's just go with what you just originally described as you have enough today. You can make the changes that you want before the December 3rd meeting. Is that correct?
Yes,
Director Sloan? Okay, perfect. So it is now 12:23 and we still have a discussion, an agenda item on the public land user stamp rule. And I hope, I thank Stuart Liley for his patience with us. It's a very important topic. We need to proceed to that. So my question to the commissioners is, should we work through lunch or do you want to take a lunch break, maybe 15 minutes instead of the standard that we had listed of 30 minutes? Do you want to work through lunch?
Let's work through it.
Okay, I'm kind of hearing different things in sign language. So let me quickly go through. I'll start with you, Vice Chair. What is your recommendation? You're unmuted.
I just want to make sure that we have enough time to hear the presentation on the Sykes Act without feeling like people are starving and need a break. It's a really important topic. So I would defer to whoever. If there's any commissioner I would support that says, I just really want a 15-minute break, I could do that. If you want to push through, I can push through, but I just want to make sure we give Stuart enough time. That's all.
Absolutely.
And make sure our people are still on waiting to comment probably.
Thank you. Commissioner Vestbach and Bates and Lopez, you are unmuted. So I propose a 15-minute break. Vestbach?
Yes, that's fine with me.
Okay, Commissioner Bates?
Yes.
Okay, and Commissioner Lopez? 15? Yes. Commissioner Souls?
That's fine.
Okay, Commissioner Kramer?
Yes.
Okay, and Vice Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. So it's 12:25. Let's give ourselves 15 minutes and we will resume at 12:40. Thank you. This meeting is called to order. We are resuming our commission meeting of Friday, October 16th. It is now 12:45. We are a bit behind schedule. I think we need to have a brief discussion about the remainder of the day. Vice Chair and Commissioners, Department of Game and Fish, Director Michael Sloan, I have to report that it has come to my attention that I have a personal matter that I must attend to this afternoon, and I will absolutely have to sign off at 2 o'clock. And I'm going to look to our Vice Chair, Roberta Salazar Henry. You're doing a phenomenal job in all of your duties since day one. And I would like to ask you the favor of continuing this meeting, leading the commission discussions after 2 o'clock, as I have to take a personal matter and I will sign off at that time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will. One question to you is there anything on this agenda you would like to change at this point? And I don't know if we can, so that you can attend, that you wanted to make sure you didn't miss before you.
I'm quickly reviewing all of the matters there on the agenda, and I believe there is nothing that is of concern that we need to move things around. I frankly do want to hear from Chief Liley. I think it's very important. That's probably one of the most important ones on the agenda here. Well, actually, there are several that are important too, but at the end of the day, I just would like to proceed as it's already scheduled. So that said, and then after the meeting today, Vice Chair, I will follow up with you later privately. And then I think I will also follow up with Assistant Attorney Valerie Jo with some of those executive session matters. And then, as always, I always like the private discussions that I have, my personal discussions with each of the commissioners. So that said, Chief Lively, I would like to turn it over to you. We are now on agenda item number 7, the subsequent discussion. Oh, excuse me. Agenda item number 8, the subsequent discussion of the public land user stamp rule. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. As said, this is the subsequent discussion. We brought this first to you all at the August meeting, coming back after some public meetings and getting the proposal back to you. Briefly, I want to give some quick background. This rule really is our habitat stamp program rule. It began as a pilot program in 1986 and has continued through since that time. What it is it requires hunters and fishermen and trappers to purchase a habitat stamp that requires a $5 purchase of a stamp to hunt, fish, or trap on U.S. Forest Service or BLM lands. Funds from that program are used to implement habitat conservation and restoration activities throughout the state of New Mexico. And the rule duration, the current rule expires in March 31st, 2021. That's why we're starting this process now, to ensure that we do not have a lapse in the rule and that we could have an adopted rule in order to continue forth with the program. One of the things I do want to bring up just briefly, during the life of the program, funds have been used to improve more than 850,000 acres of habitat across the state, whether that be through prescribed fire, mechanical forest thinning, treatment of non-native plants through herbicide. It's also enhanced over 11,000 acres of riparian habitat across the state. The New Mexico is, as you mentioned earlier in the discussion, is very water limited. Our water resources are very important. Our riparian habitats support many species across the state and are really important. And we have enhanced, like I said, over 11,000 acres, which is a large proportion of the state. It's also built more than 800 structures for wildlife to obtain water. And then it also maintains a funding base to maintain those on an annual basis. It's improved 88 aquatic habitat or fishing areas specifically. And we've installed over 800 erosion control structures to improve watershed flow. I just want to go through a rule development timeline so you're all, we all are under the understanding at this meeting today what stage we're at and where we're going. Again, we opened this meeting in August. We then held public meetings. I'll get to those 2 public meetings discussion in September. We also met with our Citizen Advisory Committee members to get their take on the rule and proposed takes prior to developing these proposals. And then what we're coming with you today is basically our final proposals for the commission to consider. And then we would like the input back on those proposals, any changes you see to that, so we could go draft a rule after this meeting. Then we could post to the public register and then have the commission act on that in January. So again, I would ask that by the end of today, we have clear direction on what the commission is wishing the department to draft in that rule for posting at our to post to act on a final rule in January. Again, I mentioned we had 2 public meetings. They were virtual. We had fairly decent attendance. Sometimes actually this attendance is better than what we sometimes have in person. So we had 40 people attend those 2 virtual meetings. We've received 61 public comments to the official comment that we asked for. That most of those comments are in support of all the proposed changes that we've had, and we'll get to that in a second. And then there's the majority of the comments revolved around the cost of the habitat stamp. Currently exists at 5, has always been at 5. There was a strong comments from the public on trying to increase the stamp price. Real briefly here, our proposed changes, if you remember, so the rule is a 10-year rule. I just want to make clarity on that because it has been noted by some that the rule looked like it was a 20-year rule. That is incorrect. What happened at the last time when they did the rule, they just amended the duration section. They didn't do a repeal and replace of the rule. Right now we do repeal and replaces of the rule. So it was amended 10 years ago. What we will do is repeal the current rule and replace with a new rule so you won't have those weird timings in the rule. It was an amendment last 10 years ago, so it did expire. It is a 10-year rule cycle. One of the other things that we are proposing changing is as we discussed previously, the rule specifically states that the federal land management agencies in cooperation and consultation with the department should develop this habitat enhancement plan, 5-year plan for lands on there specific to the habitat stamp program. As we've discussed at multiple commission meetings before, we have a lot of different habitat programs within the department, whether that be our big game enhancement program or some of our other HMAV programs, where we work in consultation already with these federal land management agencies to develop larger landscape scale wildlife habitat management plans. We don't think it's necessary to have one specific to this Sykes Act plan, and we think that it's acceptable to use those larger landscape scale plans that we do work in consultation and cooperation with the federal land management agencies, and that should suffice. So that's a minor change that we're proposing that we think will help the program run a little bit more smoothly. One of the other things that we are planning that is a little bit more, or proposing, excuse me, that's a little more substantive. We currently have 5 habitat stamp regions across the state. We're proposing reducing that regions from 5 to 3. Again, if you recall from the last meeting, the proposal is trying to really improve on 3 things that we think that are issues that we see in the program that would help resolve that. And what those are is those regions compete individually within the region for projects, for funds for competitive projects. By having multiple regions, there's less funds in that competitive pool. The smaller we make the regions, the less the regions are, the more there's competitive money in there, where we think we're going to get a better, higher priority project put on the landscape to get things done for wildlife habitat enhancement. And again, you know, just that it comes back to that funding issue. It's harder for the land management agencies to put in large project proposals that will be a landscape level impact with the funding as the regions currently are structured at the 5. At 3, we think it would get improved some. And then another one is there is times where we do have funds that are difficult to spend that year. For example, because of a prescribed burning window did not open in that region, or we might have an injunction like we've had this last year on forest thinning projects because of Mexican spotted owl, and there's less ability to move that money across the region to ensure it gets spent in that fiscal year to ensure habitat gets on. The smaller we have those regions, or fewer regions we have, the more ability it is for us to move that money if we get a project that can't go forward because of one reason or another. So those are our proposed changes. Real quickly, just wanted to show you the picture of there. That's the current 5 regions that we're currently operating under. And then real briefly, this is the proposed 3 regions that the department is proposing. Again, reducing, we think we'll have a larger pool for those competitive funds in that region. It'll help with the unspent funds, and then we think we'll get more quality projects being proposed at the smaller regional level. And with that, I'm happy to take questions. Again, I just want to mention, you know, this is the last time you'll hear it before we go and draft up the rule. So if there's from the commission that has specific items they'd like to see included that's not part of the department's proposal or different from that, we would definitely like to hear that right today.
Thank you very much, Chief Stuart Lively. I know we have a number of commissioners that have some comments and some ideas with regard to your proposal. Who would like to go first? Vice Chair?
Madam Chair, I'm happy. Oh, go ahead.
I can't see everybody. Let me see if I can change my display at the gallery here. Okay,
Sure,
yes.
I can take this. I'll stop sharing my screen. If we need to get back to it, we can get into
No.
it, help with the.
That's fine. Actually, Chief Lively and Director Sloan, if you could, I think this has happened in the past, but can you make sure that the slides that are presented at today's meeting are available to the commissioners? I think you sometimes post them also on the department's website, but I would certainly like to have those, particularly since I have to leave early today.
Madam Chair, we can make sure that happens.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Vesbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Lively, I was encouraged to see we got a lot of comments about adjusting that fee to catch up with inflation. And also, through the comment process and through some, really good, we've gotten great feedback and well thought out letters from a bunch of groups about that as well. Additionally, we've talked about trying to move from 5 committees to 3. I wonder I'd like your opinion on moving to potentially a single committee and really being able to pool that money and do larger projects, particularly if we were to increase the fee. And, single committee with continued regional representation appointed by commissioners, maybe even each commissioner could appoint. So I've got some ideas there, but I guess in general, I'd like to hear your thoughts on just going for one committee.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Vesbach, I think the department would be very welcome to that. I think, the discussion point on competitive funds for the funds that are remaining in there and trying to make it a more larger landscape scale project, I think that will help improve upon that. Going from 5 to 3 improves some, going from 5 to 1 will definitely improve more. And I think we might see some larger projects come to the habitat stamp committees that then would be able to do something on a larger scale on an annual basis. And so I don't think the department would have any concerns with going down to 1.
Okay. And with that, another question would be, we hear a lot from angling groups that, they're rightfully so, that most of the money comes from fishing licenses. What about setting a minimum of 50% after administrative fees, over a 5-year average that would go towards fish projects, just to ensure we have some of that capability to, really work in streams and address, where most of the money's coming from with fishermen. And this would be if we had more, if we did in fact adjust that license up.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Vesbach, I think regardless of your adjustment of that fee, I think it's appropriate. I think, as you stated, a large percentage of the fees that are received through Habitat Stamp come from fishing license sales, stamp sales to fisher people. I think that the 5-year average is also appropriate. And the reason why I say that is some of these fish projects require a little bit more compliance than some of the habitat enhancement projects. And so I think having that longer period of time for us to be able to ensure compliance is done and the planning that's necessary for some of that in-stream work, whether it be a 404 permit from the Corps of Engineers, et cetera, would allow us to maybe spend a large project in 1 year and work on some of the other habitat projects in the other. By giving that 5-year, I think it gets a little bit more appropriate. I would be a little concerned if we had to do it in an individual based year, but if we get the time to spread that out and ensure that and also removing that administrative cost out of there, because we do have one staff member that is fully funded through the Habitat Stamp program sales. So yes, I think that is something that we could work with. I think it's something that we've seen from the public or heard from the public and some of the CAC members in the past is they'd like to see more fish projects come about. The issue with that is those fish projects typically cost a lot more than the upland habitat projects. So by going to one CAC as well, will probably allow us, if that's the route that the commission chooses to go, it will allow us to probably take on some of these bigger fish projects, not every single year, but maybe one every couple of years, every 4 years, and see something bigger across the state for fish.
Okay. And then one other question would be around, it's my understanding now that some CACs have criteria to help guide in a ranking system for projects. Some are a little looser. It seems to me that it's pretty standard with a lot of federal grant programs and things that there's some guidance in terms of criteria. Do you feel like, that would be something that if we move forward with a single committee may help develop some criteria to help with ranking those projects? Would that something the department could help out with?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Vesbach, yeah, there is some kind of guidance right now that will have to be kind of an overarching programmatic approach at how we do the habitat stamp right now. Given any of these revisions we're talking right now, that will all have to be revised as well. And I think it's appropriate in that documentation that's outside the scope of the rule to have those committees in consultation working with the department describe how project review occurs. And so it's up front and forward that the committee understands it from the CAC, the single committee, but also the federal agencies understand how projects are going to be ranked, and that the public would also get a crack to look at that guidance document, if you will, on how we're considering projects for potential funding. So yes, I think that is appropriate to put in that document that was kind of already there, that will need to be revised because of these proposed changes. But I think it's very appropriate to put some kind of criteria, if you will, on how we consider projects moving forward.
Okay, thanks. And that was more than I'd even thought of. I was just thinking of updating it in terms of a lot of thought around corridors these days and things. But yeah, I really appreciate that. That makes a lot of sense. And then I guess kind of the last thing to raise, it's not necessarily in the rule, but I think the number one comment I've heard after a desire to raise a fee to keep up with inflation is, people being out in the field and seeing these terrific water projects that have been built, but maybe in disrepair. And maybe there was one that was built just a mile from another one. So, the idea of having kind of the department maybe taking the lead over some of the land management agencies is just having a statewide plan for drinkers on, where they're needed, where we may want to, where they're not needed anymore. Maybe there's one that's out, there's some that out there that we don't need. But I think, our folks who are in the field buying these licenses, they appreciate putting the money forward, but they're really concerned about the upkeep and what the plan is for drinkers. So do you see the department being able to, take on updating, kind of doing a plan around those drinkers in the future?
Yeah. Madam Chair, Commissioner Vesbach, a little bit of just background too, so you know where we're at and where we've been going the last couple of years. One of the biggest things we've been attempting to do, and we're about there, is through a geospatial database, is map all of those water developments across the landscape that we have either been adopted into the habitat stamp. And when I say adopted into the habitat stamp, there are some drinkers or stock tanks or some other kind of water source, if you will, a man-made water source that was put out by one of the land management agencies previously, but they're using habitat stamp money to maintain it. So it was adopted into the program. We're going through the process and we've mapped all of them across the state. We're talking hundreds, if not thousands, that we have mapped. I think the next step that we need to work with and work through this new CAC, if you will, if it's going to be a 1 or if it's 3, however the commission decides, is to look at that geospatial map that we have and really go through it and rank, okay, where is water really important? Where is it a limiting factor? And which one of these waters on the landscape do we want to ensure are functioning and are maintained on a regular basis to ensure that we have that distribution? The next thing we've kind of thought about a little bit internally is, do we work with some of those funds on an annual basis to hire either a contractor or multiple contracters through state procurement, through an ITB, that then they do is work on those selected waters that we be prioritized on the geospatial, that says we need to ensure these are being maintained. And is that an annual check on them and an annual maintenance? Possibly. I think we need to see how it goes, but we do recognize the need and the issues that we've seen on vandalism on some of these structures, and two, just some of them are very difficult to get back down into. Some have been blown away in massive windstorms. So we really need to consolidate which ones are the most important from a resource. What do wildlife need? Where is water limiting? And then ensuring those are functioning into the future. So it's something we've been working on, something we want to continue working on, and work with the new CAC or CACs to ensure that we improve upon on that scale.
That's great. Thank you. And Madam Chair, I'm happy to make some suggestions now or later after we hear from other commissioners to, at your discretion of how you'd like to provide that clear direction to the department.
Okay. Let's continue to hear from a few other commissioners. I see Vice Chair is unmuted, and so is Commissioner Kramer and Souls. So let's start with Vice Chair, and then we'll go to Kramer and Souls.
Madam Chair, I think I'd like to hear what Commissioner Kramer has to say, because I know she, like I, have sat on the CACs for a lot of years, and so I'd like to hear what she has to say.
Okay, then we'll leave you for last, and we'll go to Commissioner Kramer and then Commissioner Souls. Thank you. Commissioner Kramer.
Yes, so I've been hearing from both sides about wanting to increase the habitat stamp to say $10, and then from the other side saying, hey, you're sitting on this big pool of money. And I just want to put in a thought here. In the late 90s and early 2000s, we were sitting on a pool of money. And when the state was trolling around looking for money, they saw ours, the Sykes Act money, and it was used, not that it was a bad purchase, but it wasn't used for what the money was intended for. And it was used to buy Eagle Nest Lake. And then it was given to the state parks. And so the Game and Fish has no control over that. So it was a real bone of contention for the commission at that time, because it wasn't used, first of all, for what it was intended. And then the Game Commission didn't have any control after it was used for that. And so I look again, and we're sitting on a big pool of money of 3.5 million. And, a lot of the people that were saying, hey, we've already got money, why are we looking for a license or a stamp increase? And I did talk to Stuart about it, and we are asking for capital outlay requests every other year, like $1 million to $1.5 million. But I was thinking, gosh, if we increase that and double it, then we're going to be sitting on another big pool. And you have to understand that, like this year, the budget has to stay flat. We can't spend any more. And so, and we're lucky because most of the other departments had to take a cut. And so you can't spend some of that money the way people think we can if we're sitting on it. So just a thought there of caution of, we're thinking of increasing it. But the bigger issue in my mind is we have to pick what we want the consumer to pay for. The bigger issue and the bigger thing for the department is not a habitat stamp increase, but a license fee increase. And in these times, I want to pick the battle that's most important to the department. And if we're sitting on a fair pool of money in the Sykes Act habitat stamp thing, then I think the license fee increase is a much bigger issue, and one that we would ask that the consumer, for. I hate to keep asking and picking their wallet. Just a thought on that. And then I have a question for Stuart. Are there federal matching funds? All of them are saying that, will triple, at least in value, those monies that are put in there. Are there federal matching funds?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kramer, I apologize. That was one aspect that I didn't get to in some of the consolidation of these CACs. Right now at the 5 CAC level, it's very difficult for us to put match towards some of those projects because we have to write a grant for each individual project to bring in more dollars to it. So we don't really have the ability on all these all these multiple small projects across the state to get they're approved by the CAC in May. To get the grant in place by June is we might do it for 1 or 2. As we get to smaller numbers of CACs or down to a single one and we get to larger projects, yes, we will be able to potentially grow those projects in a threefold manner by bringing PR money to the table. And so if we had, for example, a $100,000 project that we're going to approve on a watershed restoration, one big project, the department could potentially bring another $300,000 of PR money to it to help improve that project and make it larger. So when it comes to fisheries projects, though, that's not the case. And part of that is just because the department is flush, if you will, in PR funds. We don't have as much state match to even sometimes get at all of our PR without going to outside state entities like state forestry to bring that match. Whereas in the fisheries, the Dingle Johnson, we are maxed out. So there's not going to be that opportunity on the big fish projects to bring a lot more money to the table. So I just want to clarify that. But by going to this smaller or single CAC, excuse me, we would have the ability to bring more federal PR money to the table.
So I guess my question for you also is if we did increase that stamp price, let's say we doubled it, would we be able to spend more of it? Are we still under the budget where, let's just say that we're flatline for the next few years? We're going to be stuck to spending that amount pretty much?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kramer, I would say in our operating budget, you're probably correct. Our operating budget is about $400,000 on an annual basis, which includes the staff salary. Where I do think we have the potential to increase our expenditures on a more frequent basis is in that capital outlay request. Capital outlay requests are that, yes, the legislature looks at them and it's approved through the legislature, but if the fund balance is there, I think they move along a little bit easier. It's looking at a single project that the department is undertaking versus looking at the whole department budget. When we get to the legislative level, they really don't get at the nitpicky of habitat stamp budget versus big game enhancement versus some of this. So I do think we would have the potential to increase our capital outlay requests that we currently are doing on a biannual basis. So I do think we would have the ability to spend it through that avenue. Mm-hmm. There's always the chance that the legislature doesn't approve capital, and up front, and just that is always the chance. We haven't seen it. I don't hope that wouldn't happen, but that is the possibility. So I don't want to give a false hope of yes, no matter what, we would be able to, but I think we would be able to.
So I guess with me, the big issue is, do we ask for, the comments are, do we ask for a stamp increase and then ask for a license increase? Or do we pick what's most important here and go just for that license increase is kind of what's in the back of my mind.
Thank you, Commissioner Kramer. Commissioner Souls.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Lally, to clarify something, and I totally appreciate what Commissioner Kramer is saying about increases. So first, does the commission have the wherewithal to increase the habitat stamp via rule versus license fee increases would have to be done by the legislature? Am I correct about that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, that is correct.
And I saw in one of your slides the input that we got from the public. I don't know if I've got the number right, but like 64 comments supporting the fee increase. Have you received any comments not supporting an increase? That is to say, I just kind of like to know what the record reflects in terms of percentage support for that increase going up.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, one thing to note on that, we have not, but the department has not proposed a fee increase. So we didn't ask the public to comment on that. I was just putting out the majority of the comments that we had were increasing fee increase. If the direction from the commission is to go into a fee increase, and whatever that be, my recommendation to the commission would be that we then go out and do one more public meeting with this, any proposed change to that. If it's substantial opposition to that, we would come back to you all in December to let you all know about that before we come to you with a final rule. Now, if we go back out after this and you all direct us to go into a fee increase, we go to public comment, another public meeting, it's well received. I would recommend we stay the course of the drafted rule given the comments today and adopt in January. The only reason why we come back to you all in December is if we receive substantial opposition to anything that's changed from our current proposed rule.
Thank you. And so, so to clarify, so far, even though we haven't proposed an increase, all comments regarding the fee have been in support of an increase. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, that is correct.
Okay, great. And I think we have not increased the fee in this case for like 30 or 30 some odd years, and the license has been more like the 15-year time frame. Is that correct also?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, that's correct. It's been about 35 years on the fee for habitat stamp. Last license fee increase was roughly legislative session of 2006, I believe.
Okay, thank you. And this may come up. I appreciate Commissioner Vestbach's comments. I just yesterday saw a proposal from, I think, the Wildlife Federation with a list of a number of things relevant to this in terms of their suggestions. Vast majority of those I'm very much in support of. But if we were to put those or some combination of what they're requesting with what's already on the table, if we were to put that forward, when would all of that have to be clarified to get public comment and that sort of thing? And I guess along the same lines, have you seen their list of recommendations?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, not their specific ones, so no, and it needs to be clarified today. And here's the reason. I hate to put that in that way, but the reason why I say it really needs to be clarified kind of today is we do need to act on this rule by January. If we don't act on it by January, we are going to have a lapse in the fee because the rule expires on March 31st, 2020. And when people go to apply for big game hunts next year, there will not be a rule that requires a habitat stamp fee, and there will be no. So we really need to have some clarifications today to be able to take back out.
Okay. I don't know how we get all of that on the table. I guess maybe we can come back to that after everyone's made their comments. One last thing that I wanted to bring forward is an individual who is always tracking what the commission does, retired wildlife biologist, I think, with the Forest Service, who has been a participant, a collaborator, if you will, with the game department on a number of habitat projects, expressed some concern about when we have projects where we're working with another federal agency and how the funding is utilized, with a recommendation that the funding be utilized primarily for materials and equipment and supplies and not paying for federal employee salaries. I don't know that that's something we need to put in rule, but I think it's something we really need to be cognizant of. And maybe that's something where the committee or committees talk about how we evaluate projects and whether it's going to include just the material side of things versus labor for other agencies that ostensibly maybe should be coming up with their own labor dollars. Do you have any feel for how often that happens when we are collaborating with those agencies?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, I really don't have a great sense on how much of that, what they're referring to is the base money that goes out to each entity, either a district ranger office or not district ranger, but a forest supervisor office that gets distributed, or a BLM district area. What I do think is going to be necessary, it's kind of responding back to Commissioner Vesbach's question on how we look at funding projects. The guidance document, if you will, on how we implement the habitat stamp program will need to be re-looked at on some of these changes that even the department's proposing and some of the discussions that we've had today, if those become proposals. My recommendation at that point is this new committee or committees, if it's 3, really addresses how that money is allocated on an annual basis. The one thing that I do think that will be necessary in rule, it's still in rule, is the administrative of the funds for the department. It still stays in there because we do have an FTE tied to the position. But I don't know that I'd get very specific in the rule per se on delineating exactly how it is. The one thing that I heard from some of the comments today was 50% of the funds being spent on fisheries project, which I'm totally, that's fine. I don't have any issues with that. But again, that's going to require a change to how we implement project decision and base funding and everything. My recommendation is, if it's 1 committee or if it's 3 committees, however we do it, kind of determines how that funding then is. Is there a base funding anymore, or is there a set aside for maintenance on waters? You know, that's a big discussion point that's been had for a long time. Do we set aside a certain amount every year? Is that administered through a contracting with the department? What is that? I think that would be best decided by that committee working in cooperation with the department to determine how to make the program best function, rather than putting limitations in rule. And I don't mean that in a negative way, but there's sometimes when these get in rule that limits our ability to really do the things that are necessary to get the job right. And so I'm not suggesting that the money will be misspent or inappropriately spent, because I think the commission has that oversight, and I could recommend the commission keep that in selecting those committee members. Your committee members that you select have that oversight to help guide how that runs. So I get to, in a long way of answering your question, I recommend not putting it in the rule, but I do recommending we change it in the guidance document on how it's done.
Great, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Souls. Sorry about that. Let's see. I think we have Commissioner Vice Chair. You were next, or Commissioner Lopez. Do you want to be last, Commissioner Vice Chair?
Sure.
Okay. Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Yeah, I too have received a few emails regarding the stamp increase. So the last, well, see, I was born in '86, so that's how long ago the $5 fee came in. So it's as old as me. But I agree that a lot of these projects, we do need more funding for them, but also we do need a license fee increase. But then I'm also torn with the fact of putting more money out of New Mexico working families who sometimes are barely getting by, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic, and who knows how long this is going to last. So, but our job here on the commission is to preserve and protect the wildlife in New Mexico and make it available for generations to come. And if that means that we have to look at a possible fee increase for the habitat stamp, I think there'd be plenty of more than enough people that are willing to pay it in order to help preserve and complete the mission and vision of the department. But the question I have for Stuart, currently right now the CACs, there's 3, and they have a 3-year term. Is that correct, Stuart? And most of them expire at the end of this year. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, that is correct. It expired at the end of last year. Now, the term isn't specified in rule. That's in kind of the guidance. In rule, it specifies they are appointed by the commission. I think what we would recommend to the commission is, as soon as the changes are put into place, the commission, however you guys decide, if it's going to be 1 committee or if it's going to be 3 or stay at 5, whatever it be, you appoint the new members shortly thereafter at the rule has been finalized. We did not appoint new membership because they would have only sat for potentially less than a year, we let all those terms to carry forward for this year while we were drafting the new rule. The CAC members all agreed to continue on with that term, knowing that it was expired, but they would sit out the duration while the rule was being changed.
Okay. That's all I have. Just a quick question and just a quick FYI. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. Vice Chair, I do have some comments and or some questions, but I'll let you go first unless you want me to go before you.
No, why don't you go before me? I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Okay, very good. So I think it is, I like the rule, the change going from 5 to 3, but I also like the thought of going from 3 to 1 committee. To achieve a goal that you've set forth, the regions competing with those fundings, having good projects, I think that is commendable. I echo what Commissioner Vesbach had to say about criteria. I think it's important to have criteria not just in the selection of the projects, but it's the evaluation. The CAC should also be evaluating some of those projects. I think some of the concerns of where are these stock tanks, the drinkers, yes, the management plan, the strategic approach, but having that criteria also in evaluating, having it very clear up front, I think is a very good idea. And the approach of how big would this one committee be? I'm sure there are many thoughts about how that could be. I kind of heard a brush about, and I say a brush broad stroke of, regional by commissioners, possibly, each of the commissioners' districts. I think that's also fine. My only concern is that when you start working with committees, sometimes it can be too bureaucratic, and you don't want to get bogged down with issues of quorum. You want to keep a size small, and you want to keep it very, very engaged. So however our commissioners want to put it together, I'm very open to whatever you all have to say, but I think it's very important to keep in mind the size of that one committee, and their engagement and their ability to address all of the issues. I loved Commissioner Kramer's concerns. I thought those were very spot on, especially how we move forward with the CAC. So that's it in a nutshell, Vice Chair. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too have sought expert advice from previous CAC members and current CAC members, and I've got 2 things from them. They believe and they totally support going to 1 committee, not keeping 5. There is a true problem with getting 5 committees. Some committees can't even make a quorum. They like the fact that bigger projects on the landscape will be able to be put on the ground and to work for them. They believe that climate change is a huge factor, and that having more money to throw out on the landscape to address those things is really important now. They do support an increase in the stamp fee, and they recognize that we'll probably be going back to them in 2024 to ask them to approve. So, this fee won't even take effect until April. So it's not going to happen today, and hopefully we'll have a better economy going start of the year. I have always been a proponent of supporting money going to fish projects. I've known forever that the majority of the revenue generated, at least a 2-to-1 basis, is from sales of fishing licenses. The fact that setting aside the 50%, as Jeremy has spoken about, and having it available on that average and the 5th year is really great. We have a fisheries management plan that talks about stream restoration, yet we don't have enough money ever to put into those projects. So they're few and far in between. A fee increase would allow some of those projects to go forward that have been on the back on the back burner. So I really support that. And I do think overall having one committee working with the game department just makes way more sense. Making these grants or these grants that we're actually giving or projects that we're putting in place is just extremely important. I just have one question to Director Sloan, if you can answer for me. I know there's a lot of concern about the cash balance building, and I know the capital outlay process, I've worked with that lots. And so I know that it's a good place to put these projects, and it was done during the Martinez administration when they shifted. A fish project, typically, I remember the big project you did on the San Juan, and those are hugely expensive projects. I'm of the mind, but I don't know for sure, that $3 million could be sucked on one fish project right now if they would let us. And, you know, we wouldn't be building cash balance if we were able to spend money on fish projects. Do you agree?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, I think I heard Kirk jumping up and down with excitement. Yes, I believe that in fact, we could use up every bit of that money if that was if we found the right project without much effort. Again, we've always managed the agency trying to maintain at least some cash balance for those times when it's a little bit lean or we need a little extra. But yes, the short answer to your question is certainly we can use that cash.
Okay. I would just like to remind Commissioner Vesbach, if at the end of all the public input, if you would just summarize your key points of what you're asking, because right now I love going to a 9-member commission, the 7 appointed by the commissioners, 5 based on their regions, and 2 at large, and 2 for the game department will appoint either through staff or whoever else they would like. I like that concept. And so I just want to be very clear to both Stuart and the public about the changes that we're asking. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I see that we have one public comment that's in waiting, Mr. Jesse Dubell, and I suspect Chief Lance Cherry, there could be a few others that were trying to jump in with a public comment or some comments. So I'm going to turn this over to you before we proceed with some clarification from Commissioner Vesbach.
Okay, Madam Chair, and yes, they are lining up. So we'll start off with Jesse Dubell. Jesse, you've been permitted to talk. Please unmute your mic from your end.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Director Sloan, Chief Liley, Chief Cherry, thank you very much for this discussion and for the opportunity to provide some public comment on this super important topic. I'd like to reflect back to the importance of the Pittman-Robertson Act, which was passed in 1937. I think everybody here agrees that the passage of the Pittman-Robertson Act of 1937 has done things for conservation and for habitat preservation that are incredibly monumental. And in 1937, we were also faced with very difficult economic times as a country. I mean, we were in the middle of a depression, but even then, the sportsmen and women, the hunters and anglers of this country fought to self-impose an 11% excise tax on the gear that they purchased. I've often wondered over the last few years, if we were given the same opportunity today, would the hunters and anglers today do the same thing that was done in 1937? Would we step up for wildlife? Would we step up for habitat? Would we step up to preserve these wonderful natural resources for future generations? And I'm thrilled to report that the astounding answer is yes. Not only are the hunters and anglers of New Mexico willing to pay an extra $5 annually for the habitat stamp, but quite frankly, they're thrilled to do it. They're excited about it. There's a lot of enthusiasm about this opportunity. And so the New Mexico Wildlife Federation recently submitted a letter, which you've all received, that also included 11 other hunting and angling specific groups signed on to that letter supporting such an increase. I really want to emphasize the importance of the fact that every group that signed on to that letter are the groups representing the people who are purchasing the licenses and purchasing the habitat stamps. We were very careful not to include groups who are not currently participating in the program. So we wanted to make it clear that we're the buyers, we're the purchasers. We recognize the tough economic times that we're facing as a country, but we also recognize that this is critical for the future of wildlife and the future of habitat in New Mexico. So thank you very much for taking on this tough topic. Also, I want just to get it on the record, I just received a text from Matthew Monjaras, who's the CEO of Impact Outdoors. He's one of the signatories on the letter that we submitted. He's in the hospital right now with a brand new baby. He wanted to be here to comment, but he asked that I get on the record saying that he completely supports the increase to the habitat stamp. I also want to mention that I greatly appreciate Commissioner Kramer's comments regarding the need for a license fee increase. And I will let the commission know that all of the groups who work together to submit the letter on the habitat stamp increase are also working together to support a license fee increase. So we firmly believe that we have the support of the licensed buyers in New Mexico to accomplish both of these important funding mechanisms. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of your time today, and thank you for a wonderful meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dubell. That was very good. Mr. Lance, Chief Lance Cherry, another?
Next up is Colleen Payne. Colleen.
Very good. Nice to hear from you again, Colleen Payne.
Yes, again, for the record, my name is Colleen Payne. I'm the New Mexico Regional Director with the Mule Deer Foundation. I appreciate you letting me take the time to provide comments on this. And I would certainly echo some of the comments that my colleague Jesse previously made during his time, is that there was a large group of organizations who represent thousands of members who are hunters and anglers in this state who support a habitat stamp fee increase, whether that is minor or even potentially doubling it is what we would suggest doing, making it from $5 to $10. A lot of our members and our volunteers are very supportive and are very desperately asking for habitat improvements to continue across the state, and especially for large scale habitat projects. If we are able to double the amount of funds that are in that account, as Chief Wiley mentioned, we could potentially use that for larger scale matching dollars with federal dollars, which we would certainly support from an organizational standpoint, as well with the funding capabilities that we have to support projects in this state. With a fee increase as well, that is how we see a low-hanging fruit and an easy opportunity for us to double our impact on habitat improvements in the state. And as Commissioner Lopez mentioned, that is the duty of this organization and of this commission, is to serve the wildlife and the habitats of our state. We certainly encourage you to do that. The only thing after listening to this conversation that I would have to disagree with is the change from 3 committees to 1. From an organization standpoint that's solely based on the support of volunteers and their time, I would strongly discouraging individuals who are interested in participating in those kind of regional scale projects to not be involved. These are people that are wanting to commit their time and their talents and are very educated and resourceful to provide their information for these kinds of projects in these types of panels. I would certainly encourage you to take them up on their experience and information that they have to contribute. I wouldn't want to see that go to a 1 committee statewide group or organization. Other than that, thank you so much for listening to us and certainly taking into consideration public comment. We know that there's often times that there's many comments that are submitted that don't always necessarily get heard. And so we're very fortunate that you are certainly considering this from so many sportsmen across the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Payne. That was very good. Do we have any other public comments, Chief Lance Cherry?
Next up will be John Crenshaw.
Thank you, Lance. Madam Chair, Commissioners, John Crenshaw again with the New Mexico Wildlife Federation. 2 previous speakers made some very good points, and I certainly couldn't disagree with any of them. I would like to, one, thank Commissioner Kramer for her time on these committees, and particularly for her insights as to the shenanigans with Eagle Nest Lake. And with the legislature again poised to start shaking the sofa cushions for spare change, her concerns are valid for sure. And there is a group of us, including most of the speakers here today, who are kind of, I don't know if it's plotting exactly, but we are planning to approach the governor's staff and office and the Legislative Finance Committee perhaps, and a few other key players, and both through correspondence and in-person meetings, if we can get them, to express our deep opposition to any more raids on the Game Protection Fund, and just try to preempt that and put them on notice for whatever that might be worth. They do need reminding from time to time, and we will see if we can help out that way. I would add that the Consumer Price Index would indicate that the $5 in 1986, same year the commissioner was born, and I had a lot more hair. The $5 then would buy what $12 does now. So a $10 fee increase would not quite catch the agency up with actually even with inflation. We've also proposed in there that the commission consider putting into effect a periodic, whether it's annual or biannual, whatever, increase on the Sykes Act in keeping with the Consumer Price Index. The current rate is about 2.5%. So a $10 fee would go to $10.25, for instance. So the increases would be incremental, but the inflation wouldn't erode away the value of the stamp and the money that it would bring in. Jess will touch on it more when we talk about the license fee increase during the other post-meeting business, but we would also recommend that. And I would like to say for the Federation, and I think I'm speaking for these other groups as well, we will certainly listen to and want the commissions and departments' input, but I think the sportsmen are primed to go for both. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crenshaw. I sure do appreciate it. You, Jesse, Colleen, all of these three comments were phenomenal. Chief Lance Cherry, I take it we have no other comments, is that correct?
We have one more, Kevin Lockhart.
Oh, my apologies. Mr. Lockhart, Kevin Lockhart, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Kevin Lockhart. I'm with the New Mexico chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. And I'm going to echo a lot of what you heard today is that this habitat program was created in 1986, I believe, and it's been $5 ever since. And inflation has eroded the buying power of the stamp, and it's time to increase both the cost of the stamp and to tie it to inflation. As Mr. Crenshaw said, the increase will be nominal, and that will prevent that buying power being eroded in the future. And so we do recommend that to the commission. There may be an exception here or there, such as one-day fishing licenses for where you do not want to increase the price of that license so dramatically. But I think in most respects, it's going to be appropriate to increase the cost of the stamp to $10. We also want to commend the department for taking on the work of surveying the drinkers and prioritizing the ones and getting on repairing those, because we know that we hear from our membership that those are real concerns. So I want to commend the department for doing that. And just really think this is key. Obviously, habitat is the foundation of all that hunters and anglers do. And having the power of the stamp to be as powerful as it can be by being increased to keep up with inflation is really important, just as with the Federal Land and Water Conservation Act, or that fund. Its true potential is not realized until it was fully funded. And I think that that's what you're seeing with the habitat stamp as well, is that we need to clear the backlog of projects, but in the future, for it to be as effective as it can be, it needs to be increased. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin Lockhart. I sure do appreciate that comment. Chief Lance Cherry, I see there is one other commenter, Dan Roper. I think it would be very good to hear from him as well. Thank you. You're on mute.
Okay. And we also have Pat McCaslin. I have Pat in the queue right now, and Dan Roper I'll be pulling up next.
And then I see Pat Caslin. Okay, very good. Go ahead.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you for having this meeting and to talk about the Habitat Stamp Program. My comments are first, it's the first time I've heard of consolidating all the regions into one committee. I presume that that's something that has been talked about and going to be proposed. I'd love to hear what the composition is going to be of the one committee. But I've heard several comments from several people about the money that we have. I've been on the committee here in Southeast New Mexico for several years, and we rely 100% on the game department, the BLM, and the National Forest to bring us projects. And we have a set amount of money that we are allocated. We allocate every bit of it, and we don't do any projects alone. It's all based on projects developed by these agencies. And the other interesting thing about that is that we don't do any projects on anybody else's land, state land or private land. We don't do that. And a lot of the fishing opportunities in New Mexico occur off of those public lands. I've never really got the idea that we're, minimizing the regions is going to really benefit anyone as far as having larger projects. I just wonder, what the larger projects are contemplated in that were some of the agencies going to propose these massive projects that we'll spend massive amounts of money on. And it's curious too that Stuart mentioned that it's really difficult for the game department to process the money and get it allocated properly by June. And I didn't quite understand that. I didn't know that was a problem. We give money to the BLM, to the National Forest. And so I didn't know that was a problem. I wouldn't be opposed to using more money within this program to help alleviate that problem as an operational expense. The other thing is a big part of our allocation every year, it goes to maintenance of drinkers and all over the forest and BLM land. It's a very important aspect of what we do is keep these things in service. Game department does not do that. They might identify an issue out there, but it's the people that work for the forest and the BLM, their employees are the ones that go out and maintain these things. And also, the Mule Deer Foundation, Quail Unlimited, or not Quail Unlimited, but those type of, the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, they all go out as projects. That's really good. And I guess I'm supportive of increasing the fee. I really I think that the 3 regions are going to be fine. If you go to one committee for 3 regions, I don't know how that would work. And when you read the rule, you only see that it's very general. It doesn't really define anything, and all the real detail of the program is in this guidance document. And so I'd really like to have access to that guidance document. You can change the rule, but most of the changes are going to happen in the guidance document when it comes to the CAC. I guess the last question, and I appreciate the time, is were there any large projects that have been proposed by the game department, BLM, or Forest Service that we haven't been able to assist with as far as funding goes? And are there any projects that are 100% funded by the HSP? And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Pat McCaslin. I sure do appreciate that. I'm not going to ask Chief Lively to respond to that last question or one of the other commissioners because I'm watching the clock. I do have to leave by 2, and I would like to participate in this final roundup summary that we're going to get from Commissioner Vesbach. I do not want to cut Dan Roper off. It's 1:52. Dan Roper, if you could give us your comments and if you could make it very brief because I'd like to reserve the last 5 minutes before I sign off. So Dan Roper, Chief Cherry, can you put on the mic there for him?
Dan Roper's live.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Good afternoon, commissioners, and I'll be really brief. I really appreciate, for the record, Dan Roper with Trout Unlimited, and I really appreciate all the conversation taking place about what I think is a really important program. Many of our comments are captured in the letter you all received. So I just want to touch on a few things. First is that our members, nearly all of whom buy a fishing license every year, they get the importance of habitat restoration and the need to increase the habitat stamp. So that's something our members are very much in support of. Something that Mr. Crenshaw touched on, I believe, but hasn't really come up much is we'd also like to see the commission in the department take a hard look at tying this to a consumer price index, as it has been done in Colorado. I believe when I bought a fishing license this year, it was $10.13 for a habitat stamp, and I believe it was $10 last year. So it went up 13 cents. And I think the value in that is it avoids this continual decline in the capacity of the program. We've seen essentially a 35-year decline in the purchasing power of a habitat stamp fee. And I think we'd like to try to avoid that in the future if we can. And then another thing, I guess I would just encourage the department to take a hard look at the value of both project design and the monitoring of projects in an overall program. I think those are crucial to any habitat restoration program, but they're often some of the hardest work to fund. So both monitoring, but also funding that can take a really good concept and turn it into a shovel-ready project so that those projects can be funded by this program or by other funds that are out there. I think that's an important component too. And then finally, I'll just say listening to the conversation today, I think it makes a lot of sense to consider moving to just one committee, but I also wanted to recognize Colleen's comments from the Mule Deer Foundation about the value of local involvement. And so perhaps there's a way to do both where you can both involve people in the different regions in project proposals, but also have a single entity that can make decisions with the ability to fund large and impactful projects across the state. So with that, I'll just leave it there. And again, I really appreciate the discussion. I also appreciate the willingness of department staff to engage with myself and my colleagues in recent weeks to talk through all this. So thank you.
Thank you, Dan Roper. So I'm going to turn this over to you, Commissioner Vesbach. Again, I'm kind of looking at the clock. We've heard from the commissioners as well as the members of the public, excellent comments. Before you proceed in summarizing your proposal or your feedback to the Department of Game and Fish on this, Chief Stuart Lively, are phenomenal. I keep telling Chief Cherry that he's awesome. You're phenomenal. You both are just tops in my book. But what I think we need to hear, just to tie up the loose ends, going from 3 to 1, the size of the one. An outstanding issue is, from the public comment, is the engagement. How can we ensure, my comment was, limit the bureaucracy. We want to make this a very effective CAC. We're also hearing a favor for the increase, not only in the stamp, but in the license. And we appreciate the legislature's support and movement on that. And of course, these large groups that are getting together to move things forward. The tying to the consumer index, I think that was an excellent suggestion that we also heard. And then again, what Commissioner Kramer is, her concern is just ensuring that what we put together is what we designed it to be. You know, just having some kind of evaluation. You had mentioned criteria too, but anyway, I've got to turn it over to you, Commissioner Vesbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you summarized it very well, but Director Sloan, Chief Lively, let me know if I am getting into sufficient level of detail or where you may need more here. But the proposal would be, you know, to double that habitat stamp to almost catch up with inflation, tie it to the consumer price index. With that additional money we have available, then ties in some of the other, which is to set a minimum for fish projects of, the suggestion is 50% minus when on a 5-year average after you take out the administrative fees. And then the third to go in rule would be to create a single 9-member advisory committee with appointments by each of the commissioners, be it regional or you know, statewide, depending on what our seat is, with 2 more individuals selected by the department, by the director. And I would encourage, if you have ideas of how to improve that or tweak it, you know, go ahead. But and then we had 2 additional items, which I don't think need to go into rule. That's criteria that the chair mentioned, and also the drinker plans that the vice chair mentioned. I don't think either of those need to be captured necessarily in rule, but those other 3 would. And then for members of the public, obviously this would go out for public comment and have some detail to comment on there. And I would second the idea of looking into those volunteer plans and maybe helping spell those out for the public, where we can improve those if we're indeed going to a 1-member committee, and you know, where those other volunteer opportunities lie, because there's a lot of efficiency in, you know, project benefits to be had by that single committee. Does that lay it out okay, Director Sloan, Chief Lively? Is that the detail you would need?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Vesbach, yes, I think that's pretty understandable. I think what I'm just going to reiterate, and then obviously, you know, the rest of the commission has the weigh in if they agree or not. But $10 fee with tied to CPI, 50% of the funds over a 5-year average being spent on fish projects minus the administrative fee, a 9-member committee representing the 5 districts of the commission and the 2 at-large commissioners, and then 2 members appointed by the director to sit on the committee. So I think that's all worthwhile. The rest we could work on with the committee, this new committee, to describe the procedures, etc. One thing, again, I just want to reiterate, if this is the choice of the commission, if not, we could go otherwise. We will go back out to the public. We will host another virtual meeting, because I think this is enough that we should require getting a little bit additional public comment on it. We will post a draft rule with these potential changes or whatever you decide today on our website, probably in the next week and a half to 2 weeks. We will also then notice the register to do a meeting in January on a finalization on this. And if for some reason we have strong opposition, we will come back to you in December and express that opposition so you guys could decide to either hold the path or change that direction. And that still will give us time to finalize in January. So I just want to, yes, I think we're clear on what we want, as long as that's what the U7 members all agree on.
Yes, and Madam Chair, I'm sorry, there was one thing I did forget to mention that came out of comments that I'm sure you could work out of the details, and that was around those one-day fishing licenses. And just taking a look at that, I think we had some comments from TU and others on just making that, single one-day fishing license not prohibitive. So I don't know that you need.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Vestbach, one point on that, it probably, and I'm not positive, but it would require opening multiple rules if we were to go do that route because of manner and method, the requirements and licensing, et cetera. So this rule just describes the cost of the fee and how the funds are. We have multiple other rules that describe who has to have that stamp and who has to purchase that. So if we were to go that route and do something different for a one-day fishing license, we potentially have to open multiple other rules in order to accommodate that request.
I see. Well, it's something we could probably defer for overall license adjustment and increase, as Commissioner Kramer brought up. So thank you on explaining that.
Thank you. Director Sloan, can we move forward with the agenda?
I believe that we can. I would just point out that I think, there was a comment about local involvement and volunteers and that sort of thing. I think that's what the individual representatives from each district would be. We would hope that they would be reaching out to the people and the organizations that they know of and getting that input, as well as the Forest Service and BLM can generate local support for projects that they propose. So I think there is still an opportunity for a lot of that volunteer and public input throughout a process, even if the committee is a single one of 9.
Okay, thank you, sir. For the record, this is Chair Sharon Hickey signing off. It's 2 o'clock. I'm going to turn this over to our Vice Chair as she leads the discussion into the next agenda item from Chief Matt Wonder. Chief Matt Wonder, I'm so sorry. I'm going to miss your presentation. I enjoyed it the last time. You do a phenomenal job as well. And Director Sloan, I look forward to hearing from you later. We can talk about this, meeting later and offline. Okay, thank you. Everybody have a good day.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Vice Chair.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair and Commissioners. I'm here to present the outcome of the 2020 biennial review of the state listed threatened and endangered species. This is the final product. Next. The biennial review essentially is required in the Wildlife Conservation Act. The idea being that on a regular basis, you gather the most current, research and data on these state-listed threatened and endangered species to see if conditions have changed. So you get additional information, you reassess the current status, and then if there are significant changes that have occurred and you want to make a recommendation, this is where it's done. And so in this 2020 biennial review, there was one recommended change. Next. And that change is the recommendation to uplist the narrow-headed garter snake from threatened to endangered. The reason for doing this is that narrow-headed garter snakes are very habitat specific. They require, shallow, swift-flowing streams. They're only found in the San Francisco and Gila River drainages here in New Mexico. And over the last couple of years, as a result of things like the post-fire flooding, presence of non-natives, that they've been extirpated from many of these sites, including 2 of the most robust populations that we had. Over the last couple of years, there have been some ongoing surveys to reassess or to look at the distribution and status of the species. And so they surveyed 17 known historical locations and found them only in 7 of those. And only one of those locations did it have a what you could consider a robust population. And most of the populations that we do have are genetically limited. And so, as I mentioned, the post-fire flooding is part of the reason for the extirpation of the most important sites here in New Mexico. Next. And so, just to review the process in public involvement, we started out with a 90-day comment period from March 27th to June 26th. They developed a draft, and that was presented to the Commission on the 13th of August. Following that, there was a 28-day comment period from August 13th to September 10th, and then a final adoption. Final adoption was prepared, and it's being presented here. There were a total of 8 public comments about the proposed change. 6 of those were totally supportive. 2 of the comments suggested that perhaps more work or surveys would be needed, but the department feels that because of the significant declines and loss of 2 of the robust populations, leaving us only 1, that it was important to uplist the species from threatened to endangered. And so the breakdown that you see in the table, the only change essentially is for reptiles. It went from 8 threatened and 7 endangered to 7 threatened and 8 endangered. Next. And with that, I will happily stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Chief Wonder. Do we have any comments from the Commission? Going once, going twice. I love it when something's non-controversial.
Yes.
Chief Cherry, do we have any comments from the public?
We don't have any at this time.
All right. So if we have no comments from the Commission, we have no comments from the public, then I'm ready for a motion. Will somebody propose a motion? Somebody.
Motion, Madam Chair.
Are you making a motion to adopt?
Yes, ma'am. Motion to adopt.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Director Sloan, would you like to call the roll?
I would. Commissioner Vespa.
Yes.
Commissioner Souls.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer.
Yes.
Commissioner Bates.
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry.
Yes.
Motion passes with 6 in favor and 1 absent.
Thank you, Chief Wonder.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next agenda item, which is the draft recovery plan for the lease shrew. It's a discussion item only. So, Chief Lively, you're up again.
Madam Chair, I think you missed lunch.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm taking the hard line over here. No lunch for anybody.
All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
You gotta love technology. Anyway, so.
Did you give your whole presentation before you realized you're on mute?
No, when Lance told me that you're muted on a pop-up. But anyway, so Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners, this is your first time in front of you where we have presented as a department a recovery plan to the Commission. Under the Wildlife Conservation Act, the department is required by legislation to develop these recovery plans. Similar to recovery planning for federally endangered species, we develop recovery plans for state listed species. A lot of these recovery plans are long in the making. You'll notice when we get into this one, this species has been listed since 1986. So it has gotten around to getting to doing a recovery plan. Some of the reasons why the recovery plans have taken so long is just lack of information about the species in the state. We gain a little bit more information and we feel like we could have a scientifically robust plan. So that's going to be a part of why this recovery plan is so many years in the making. But anyway, this is for the least shrew. Least shrew in general, its scientific name, Cryptosis parva. It is widely distributed across the United States. It's distributed basically from New Mexico to Colorado and eastward all the way to the East Coast. It really, in New Mexico and in the East, it is associated with kind of dense herbaceous vegetation and really moist soil conditions. So, New Mexico has a little bit of lack of suitable habitat just because it really is mesic conditions that the species really requires, that moist soil, in order to really thrive. It is insectivorous and it's primarily nocturnal. They also are primarily solitary animals. Least shrew of the shrew species maybe will tolerate others more than some of the other shrew species. It is the smallest mammal in New Mexico, weighing in at only 4 grams. So as I stated, least shrew was listed under the Wildlife Conservation Act in 1985. It wasn't even recorded. The species wasn't even recorded in the state until 1981, first discovered around Tucumcari. When it was listed under the Wildlife Conservation Act in 1985, the threats identified when it was listed was presumed limited occurrence in the state and small population sizes and apparent dependence on the vulnerable mesic habitats. So again, those moist habitats with dense herbaceous growth just are not common all throughout New Mexico. It was before field work was really intensive in the last 4 years where we really picked up on this. It was only known at 3 sites, mainly centered around Tucumcari and then Gorilla National Wildlife Refuge right on the Texas-New Mexico border. However, since then, and while we were getting ready to draft this recovery plan, we decided to undertake a pretty intensive trapping effort for shrews. Shrews are very difficult to trap in general because they're only nocturnal, they're typically solitary, and they don't go to bait. Because they're insectivorous, they're not going to bait. It's not like you can bait them in. You have to do a pitfall trap. So they actually have to fall into a hole that you dig. What you see here on this map, though, is those red dots represent where we have verified shrew presence through recent trapping efforts. And then the black dots are sites that we trap but no shrews captured. What I want to highlight here, or what is highlighted here, is that green polygon. The green polygon, we're going to call that the High Plains region, or we're calling it the High Plain region. What that basically is almost contiguous grassland in the Northeast. And that's almost one large contiguous grassland, typical of shrew habitat found further to the east. Again, this species is not of concern on a national level or a world level. Very common. It was listed in New Mexico because they thought very limited scope and distribution. In fact, when it was first described in New Mexico, only found at this locality, thought to be just in that locale. We now know that we have a much larger distribution. And then there's question on the distribution between this grassland plains, what we consider the high plains, and then what we're going to describe here is the Pecos River corridor, kind of that in there is potentially a different population. And the slide didn't advance. So there is the picture or the description of it. Again, the red dots being where we have recently trapped and detected shrew, black where we have not detected any shrews but attempted to trap, and The green polygon, this high plains that I just described, that continuous grassland in the state, typically in that northeast corner. The blue being the Pecos River corridor. There is some, and this is new as of this week even, on some genetic testing. There has been some question as to the high plains population of shrews, being that it's connected throughout the rest of Texas, Kansas, Oklahoma, east to the East Coast. Is this distinct from this blue corridor being the Pecos River? There's disjunct habitat. Genetic testing, some preliminary results that came back this week suggest that they are not genetically distinct to warrant even a subspecific level, subspecies difference, or even a species level. There was proposals back in the 90s and into the early 2000s that thought this Pecos River population, especially down to southern Pecos River, was a distinct species potentially. If you read the draft recovery plan that I provided you all, we even have a discussion on that. Given this new preliminary results, we will update the draft recovery plan that you saw with this new results to reflect the most current scientific knowledge we have on it, on the new genetic material that suggests no, one, they're not as different subspecies, and two, they're probably not even a different subspecies. They're one and the same with a little bit of phenotype or a little bit of genetic drift in just the difference of the habitat by isolation. So that's important to note. We will update that in the draft recovery plan prior to posting it out for public, so they have the most recent information out there. I know this is pretty wordy on this slide, but I just want to put this out there, and the reason why I'm putting it out there is so you can read what the actual goal of the recovery plan is. So again, it's to ensure the long-term persistence of a robust, representative, and secure populations of least shrew in New Mexico, and that high plains population and the Pecos River Valley, such that they were no longer require the protections of the Wildlife Conservation Act and may be delisted. There really is 3 recovery criteria that we would state. Once we reach these 3 criteria, we would then proceed towards seeking a delisting of the species under the State Wildlife Conservation Act. Those 3 criteria would be: 1, in that each of the high plains and the Pecos River Valley regions, we identify a minimum of 4 core recovery areas. So 4 areas that are core to where the species are in there, where we have it. And then each of those core recovery areas, at least 5 separate habitat patches within each core that have presence of shrew confirmed. And then within each one of those core areas, we would have a piece of habitat that has protections on that property that are managed for wildlife or wetland values in perpetuity. For example, commission-owned lands or national wildlife refuges or a conservation easement specifically. So again, the plan goal you'll see there, but then the 3 recovery criteria, it's not up on the screen, but it is. I just wanted to describe those to you, and it's in that draft plan. The plan contents also describe a natural history of this shrew, both in New Mexico and across the country, its current distributions from recent trapping, its abundances at the different trapping areas, and a historic record of where we saw shrews, its threats to its persistence. Really, we don't see a lot of big threats to its persistence in the state. It is just maintaining those wetland mesic habitats in there and maintain some protections around it. And then those recovery objective and criteria that I just described. What we have done in terms of public recovery, or excuse me, public input, we announced that we are developing the draft recovery plan via website and pointed emails to conservation groups and interested individuals back in 2009. We held public meetings in Roswell and Clovis, kind of more that affected area, in 2019. You'll see we only had 3 attendees. We kind of weren't too surprised given that of the species, not a lot of a big interest in it, but we did get 1 member of the public that wanted to help us draft some of the recovery plan and some of those, the discussions in it. So again, what we will do is incorporate this new genetic data that we got this week. We we didn't know it was going to come this week. We're glad it came in. We'll update that in the plan document. Once it's updated in the plan document, we'll put it out for public comment and let the public have a 30-day comment period. We'll notify all the people in attendance at the previous meetings. We'll do pointed emails again, and then emails out to the general public with coming back to the commission in January for final adoption of the recovery plan. So with that, I would take any questions you all may have.
Thank you, Chief Wiley. Do we have any comments from the members of the commission?
I guess just an interest in the species. Who are some of the experts in terms of in the department and outside in universities, since this is, you know, a species that wasn't even discovered until maybe just, what, 2 years before the habitat stamp program started? It's been a while. So before Commissioner Lopez was born, just barely.
Yeah. So, you know, I think in terms of the department, we have a non-game mammologist on staff. And so the non-game mammologist deals with everything from the smallest mammal in the state, least shrew, all the way up to black-footed ferrets and the sort. So there's an interest from that individual on species recovery, especially on mammals. The other individual on our team within Wildlife Management Division that we work a lot with is our terrestrial recovery coordinator. That individual works a lot on terrestrial and avian recovery plans. He's done a lot of planning. He's done previous work with working for like habitat conservation plans for private landowners for species conservation. So those are the two individuals really most working within the department on shrew, as well as a lot of our regional biologists, because trapping them is is very difficult. It's easier to catch an elk than it is a leash shrew. And so it almost becomes a challenge for our biologists to go see who could go find new shrews and new locales. So we actually have had a lot of interest from all the way from elk biologists to deer biologists to regional wildlife biologists when it comes to trapping shrews to help us get better information. There is a researcher at New Mexico State University that is a mammologist interested in a lot of the smaller mammals, squirrels, chipmunks, and some of these shrews and mice species that works on it. And then at a national level, mammalogists as well. Again, it's so widely distributed across the United States. There's interest in looking at the fringe habitat or that periphery habitat where the species terminates. So we have some interest from researchers back on the East Coast to just see what we find genetically out of this population versus what they see there.
Thank you.
Chief Wiley, I do have some comments. Dave, Commissioner Souls, do you want to make some comments before I do?
Sure. This is just one very simple comment. I can't get over it. I understand it's named least true for a reason, and you said it weighs 4 grams, which is like 1/7 of an ounce. How, you know, give us some perspective of how big one of these things is when you catch it. Is it the size of an almond or what?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, you know, they're pretty small. I could give you a sense. Let me share the screen real quick so you can see a picture of it, and it's pine needles on the ground, so you can get a perspective of the size of the animal. If you're seeing it right here, you have a leaf. This is a leaf from a tree, so it's smaller than the leaf from a tree. Here's a standard pine needle. You know, the pine needle looks like it's taken up a large portion. So yes, they're very small species.
Wow. So Commissioner Souls, is that it? Anything else you'd like to comment on?
That was all. Thank you.
All right. Chief Wiley, can I ask you, who would be opposed to this plan?
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, we don't think there is going to be opposition to this plan. We did if you read in the plan, there's kind of an economic and social aspect in there that we describe and discuss. If we thought there would be an economic consequence or impact or a social consequence impact by the listing or continued listing, and we don't see any. And the reason being is of where this species occurs, especially now that we're seeing it way more widespread than previously thought, is it's probably less of a concern from a species conservation than we previously thought in New Mexico. Where it also occurs is already in a lot of protected habitats. Cienegas on the Pecos River, for example, that we don't see going away, overflows on some of the dams, et cetera, or it's in commissioned owned properties or on other federal properties. So we don't see this as an issue of having to conserve more habitat or build habitat to build up the species. That's when we probably see bigger concerns from are we going to have opposition to it? Again, we have secure habitats. We're not too concerned about that right now, and it's under management for wildlife where they occur. So I don't see any real concerns over the species.
Thank you, Chief Liley. That's all the comments I have. Anybody else before we go to Lance to see if there's any members of the public? Chief Cherry, is there any comments from the public?
Madam Vice Chair, there is not at this time.
All right. Well, thank you, Chief Liley. We look forward to hearing your next update now that you're going to make modifications to the current plan with the new information. So let's move on to the next discussion item, which is the subsequent discussion on the importation of live non-domestic animals, birds, and fish rule. Chief Patton.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair Salazar Henry and commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So as you stated, I am here to present additional information to discuss with the commission, I guess, the public involvement process for the importation of live non-domestic animals rule 19.35.7 NMAC. Similar to the presentation back in August, when we opened the rule, I just wanted to provide a brief statutory background, regulatory authority background on the rule for members of the public that were not present then. Starting off with, I guess the legislature stated that it is a misdemeanor to import any live animals into the state without first obtaining a permit from the Department of Game and Fish. The Commission also adopted a rule in 19.35.7.8 wherein it stated that it's unlawful to import any live non-domesticated animal into New Mexico without obtaining a permit from the director unless that species is listed on the group or on a list group 1. That information regarding the list, different lists adopted or maintained by the director is further set up in 19.35.7.10, wherein there's 4 different groups where the director maintains lists depending upon what sort of risk a species may pose for importation into the state. Briefly, group 1 is semi-domesticated animals that do not require a permit. For example, these are aquarium fish that are commonly traded in the aquarium trade, saltwater fish, that sort of thing. Group 2 are non-domesticated animals that are not invasive or dangerous. They do not pose any risk or little risk to health, safety, domestic livestock, and native wildlife. Group 3 are non-domesticated animals, which present some manageable concern that if we put some sort of condition on a permit to import, those risks can be mitigated. Examples of these species are a lot of our protected game species, such as largemouth bass and channel catfish. Finally, group 4 are non-domesticated animals, which are considered dangerous, invasive, threatened and or endangered species are included on this list. Generally speaking, those animals are prohibited for importation by the general public. Just a couple other sections that are included in this importation rule include what information would have to be included on an application to import into the state. There are provisions for temporary importation into the state. There are 2 sections that provide for application information for importation of fish or fish eggs, also minimum health criteria for fish hatcheries if you want to become an approved supplier. And finally, there's information about or additional conditions for importation of pronghorn or deer or elk, and finally an appeal process should a request be denied and that individual were to disagree with it. So here's just a quick summary of the changes that we proposed back in August and to you back in August, and that we have, I guess, ran through the public involvement process and are going to report out on today. As I stated in August, there's an interest in providing greater consistency in the review of importation permits. Currently, all taxa are I guess the importation authority or the approval process rests with the director, with the exception of species in the order Carnivora or carnivores, because of I guess conservation to enhance conservation efficiency and also treat all taxa the same. There's an interest in removing that requirement for commission review of carnivores and returning that to the director's level of review. We are also proposing to remove the requirement for a hatchery to remove or to depopulate and or renovate the entire facility if they tested positive for bacterial kidney disease. Currently, both bacterial kidney disease and whirling disease have that requirement. There's a growing body of evidence indicating that while bacterial kidney disease still can be a problem, it does not necessarily require complete depopulation of the facility or renovation, that there are ways that you can manage around it or manage to control it in the hatchery setting. There's also some inconsistency in our current rule regarding when a lot or a group of fish is required to undergo whirling disease testing. We're proposing language changes where if a facility would test at least one group of fish that has been on the water source for over 10 months, if that is not possible, at least one lot of fish would be required to be sampled that is greater than 6 months of age. And finally, there are a few minor formatting changes and I believe a couple of typos in the current rule. So similar to the timeline that Stuart presented earlier during, I believe it was the habitat program or habitat stamp program, we opened this rule back in August at your August meeting. Shortly thereafter, I think it was on September 1, we updated the website with the draft language that we were proposing, a summary of the proposed rule, and then scheduled public meetings. So the press release announcing those public meetings went out on September 2nd. We had 2 virtual public meetings on September 23rd and the 30th. We had a total of 40 participants. I think it was something like 17 participants on the 23rd and 23 participants on the 30th. I might have that backwards. Most of the comments were focused on the potential loss of commission oversight for importation of carnivores onto private land. There was also some concern expressed with the public not being as informed about what was going on within programs for carnivore conservation in the state, which involved importation onto private land. To date, as of last night, about 10 o'clock, we've received 10 written comments. The bulk of those comments, I'd say 8 of those 10 were supportive of the proposal, all of the proposals, mostly, again, specifically with the importation of carnivores onto private land being returned to the director's approval. They were supportive of those. There were a couple comments, again, that expressed some concern with the loss of potential oversight by the commission the loss of potential, I guess, knowledge of the public of what is going on with carnivore conservation programs. And so essentially what we were doing today is we're seeking, I guess, further guidance from the commission on what to do with the proposals, and based upon the public comment. We are on, as I stated before, we are on the same timeline that Stuart mentioned for the Sykes program, the proposals. We're set to do a rulemaking notice and process set up for the January 2021 commission meeting. So that is all I have, and I will stand for questions. Some of the questions, as I recognize my limitations as fish chief, I may rely upon Stuart to help me out there. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief Patton. I think right now, let's see if we can open up to the commission. Any of the commissioners? I don't have you on my screen yet, so okay. Any commissioners' comments? Commissioner Vesbach, I see you're off of mute, so would you like to go first?
I've always got something to say. It wasn't on purpose off the mute, but yeah, I continue to support the proposal, and thank you. I think this is important for us to just have our wildlife management work well. So thanks.
Okay. Any other commissioners? No? I'd just like to ask a follow-up question. So essentially what we're doing is we're taking the rule and combining the director's oversight for the permitting process back to everything instead of carving out carnivores as the previous commission did, correct?
Vice Chair Salazar Henry, yes, that is correct.
Okay, and then otherwise it's just minor technical thing. And so I believe that we actually, maybe about a year ago, maybe, gave the department and asked the director specifically to start dealing with carnivore stuff. And the promise was that you would come back with the rule to do that. So I just want to remind the commission this is being done on our request initially. Okay, unless there's any more comments, Chief Cherry, do you have comments from the public, please?
We do. Jean Osorio will be up first. Jean, please unmute yourself from your side.
Thank you. Good afternoon to Madam Vice Chair, commissioners, and also Director Sloan. These comments are specifically on the deletion of material relating to separate treatment of carnivores. They also, in addition to my comments, they also represent my husband's views, Peter Osorio. The following comments are based on over 20 years of experience camping in a tent in home ranges of Mexican gray wolves, advocating for their recovery, supporting the work of several captive breeding facilities that are part of the Species Survival Plan, or SSP, pen sitting the Coronado pack of Mexican gray wolves in their pre-release pen for 11 days, in 2013, and making public comments on every major action by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the New Mexico and Arizona State Game and Fish Departments from basically 2000 to the present. The removal of the special status of carnivores in the importation rule is long overdue, requiring the Game Commission to approve any importation of Mexican gray wolves onto private land in New Mexico throws an unnecessary roadblock into the operations of the Ladder Ranch, which is one of only 2 pre-release facilities within the current recovery area for Mexican gray wolves. And it's the only other one is the Seviera National Wildlife Refuge, which is on federal public land, and this issue here, it doesn't apply. In addition to accepting wolves that are needed for possible release into the wild or for breeding, the Ladder Ranch can accept wolves removed from the wild in either Arizona or New Mexico for reasons including injury, illness, or conflicts with humans. The need to have a vote of the commission could seriously impede these time-sensitive removals. In the Zoom meeting on September 30th, the presenter got a confirmation that no Mexican wolves have been imported onto private land in New Mexico other than into SSP. Unfounded. Making the proposed changes will both help recover the critically endangered Mexican gray wolf and should make the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service more likely to comply with state regulations and not be in conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Say hello to Peter for David and I.
Will do.
Chief Cherry, is the next person at all?
Next up is Jonas Moya.
Thank you.
Mr. Moya, good afternoon.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Madam Vice Chair, the rest of the commissioners, my name is Jonas Moya. I am the Executive Director of the New Mexico Cattle Growers Association. As some of you may be familiar, we're a cattle industry, or we're a trade association that represents over 1,200 members throughout the states. And today, I want to address two things. First, I want to applaud Mr. Patton and Director Salone and Mr. Lilly and staff for having these public comment opportunities and taking the time out of their schedule to have the public put some input. And the second one is, after addressing with our membership and talking within our own policy and procedures, we have several concerns with this change to the importation rule, especially around the part of importation of any carnivore that be held and possessed or released on private property for the purpose of recovery. There's a number of our members that feel that removing this process away from the commissioner's hands and going straight through the director will open up to a number of different negative impacts that could severely impede on cattle producers in future dates. So at this time, we are firmly against this rule change, and we thank you for your time, and we thank Mr. Patton for taking the time out of his day to have those public comment opportunities.
Thank you, Mr. Moya. I look forward to meeting you sometime.
Yes, ma'am.
Chief Cherry?
Next up is Michael Dax.
Good morning, good afternoon, Michael.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and Commissioners. We have submitted a written comment, so I'll leave you to that, but I just want to say thank you for opening up this rule, and we do support the rule change. Over the past couple of years during cross-foster season, I believe that there have been some missed opportunities to get more wolf pups on the ground because it can often be difficult to get the commission together in a last minute style. Just sitting in the commission meetings in January and listening to all of you look over your schedules and scheduled meetings, I think we can all appreciate that getting all of you together with a short notice can often be difficult. So I think this gives the department more flexibility to do good conservation work. So we support the rule change and thank you for considering it.
Thank you, Michael. Chief Cherry?
Madam Vice Chair, that would be the final comment right now.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody who took the time to comment this afternoon and has hung in here with us. I'm going to throw it out one more time after hearing those comments. Is there any more comments before we let Chief Patton off the hook? No? All righty. So Chief Patton, do you have what you need to keep going forward with the process?
Madam Vice Chair, I believe we do. Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Director Sloan, we are going to move on to the next item of discussion. It's the initiation of the hunting and fishing licenses and application rule discussion. I believe Chad Nelson is going to be the presenter.
Correct.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I'm unable to start the video, I guess, but we'll go ahead and proceed. So I'm here to, Lance, do you have the present? There it is. So I'm here to present proposed amendments to the hunting and fishing licenses and application rule, 1931-3 NMAC. So my video should be on now, I think. So the first change, next slide, please. So the first change that we're proposing is to add the eligibility requirements to apply for returning Iraq, Afghanistan veterans oryx hunts back into 1931-3. In 2018, when the rule development process was ongoing, this language defining the eligibility requirements was removed from both the licenses and application rule and also the oryx rule. So it no longer exists in rule, and we're essentially just adding it back in. This will address any potential issue with non-residents having a claim to be eligible because there is no definition in rule. The second change that we're proposing is to change the eligibility requirements for the mobility impaired certification. A little background on the mobility impaired certification. It's a 4-year certification, has to be attested to by a doctor. The current eligibility requirements require the applicant to have a mobility restriction, which limits their activity to a walker, wheelchair, or 2 crutches, severely restricts the movement in both arms, or they can have a combination of permanent disabilities which cause comparable substantial functional limitation. So what we want to change is the second 2 items that I just described, the restriction in movement of both arms, and the last one is essentially a catch-all, which renders virtually anybody eligible for a mobility impaired certification. The mobility impaired certification gives you essentially 4 privileges. It allows the card holder to shoot from a stationary vehicle that's not on a public road and where no right-of-way fence exists. It allows the use of a crossbow on a bow hunt, and it allows the card holder to have someone with them to assist in reducing a wounded animal to possession. So in looking at what most other states do, they don't offer both what's referred to as a shoot from vehicle permit, which is what this essentially is. It allows you to shoot from a vehicle and have an assistant to reduce an animal to possession if you wound it. Most states don't combine these 2 allowances, the crossbow and the shoot from vehicle and assistant. They almost all separate those things. So that is what we would want to do, is have the mobility impaired certification focused largely on the ability to walk, because that is the mobility impairment that would necessitate shooting from a vehicle. It is possible. So essentially what we're proposing to change is to remove the eligibility requirements that are not related to walking. We would leave the walker, wheelchair, or crutches provision, and we would probably want to expand that because there are conditions that restrict your mobility or ability to walk that don't necessarily involve a walker, wheelchair, or crutches. So we may want to expand that definition, but essentially our intent is the mobility impaired certification. The 4th privilege that it allows is it allows you to apply for special hunts that are created in rule for pronghorn, elk, deer, and oryx. And this is a substantially increased chance to draw for these hunts. And these hunts are essentially designed by WMD. They're in areas that have good populations and generally good road access. So What we want to do is restrict this essentially to make the mobility impaired certification specific to your mobility, your ability to walk, essentially. As part of that, it would make sense in the future to remove the allowance to use a crossbow on an archery hunt with the mobility impaired certification. And I also want to clarify that there are the mobility impaired certification is for permanent conditions, as opposed to what we call a reasonable accommodation permit, which anybody can apply for if they have a temporary condition. And it essentially gives you the same benefits, except that it does not allow you to apply for mobility impaired only hunts. So with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Chad. I think at this point, I'd like to open this up to the commission members and see if there's anybody who has any comments about this. Right now, it's a proposal. We're opening it up. It's going to go out for public comment, and we'll be hearing about this, I think, through January, Director Sloan?
I believe we have to have a hearing in December in order to make sure that there's a rule in place when people start applying for the draw.
Okay.
So this is the opportunity to provide inputs before we draft a rule and get it posted.
Okay. Commissioner Souls, would you like to make a few comments?
Madam Chair, yes, thank you. I would. A couple of comments, and I may have a question or two worked in here. I support the idea of focusing on mobility as opposed to things like shoulder injuries. I've heard of some abuses there, and I support removing the whole crossbow aspect of this. I guess a question that I'd like is, has the department reached out to any organizations that represent impaired individuals to help with the definition of how we go about establishing reasonable criteria there?
Madam Vice Chair, Commissioner Souls, we have not reached out to any organizations as of yet. We can certainly do that in trying to draft language that will be acceptable and not overly restrictive.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Another concern that I have, and I'd really like to hear how any other commissioners feel about this, is I'm also aware, I think, of a number of individuals that apply for mobility impaired hunt, maybe as their first choice, and then they're still applying for other hunts as perhaps their second and third choice on these applications. That seems odd to me. Like on some hunts, you can manage it just fine, but in a different sense, no, I really can't do that. So I qualify for mobility impaired. Have you, and again, so if any other commissioners have a feeling about that, I'd like to hear it, but has the department experienced anything related to that?
Madam Vice Chair, Commissioner Souls, so it is relatively common for mobility impaired certified individuals to apply for both mobility impaired only hunts and also other hunts. And what we see largely is that they apply for bow hunts because they are allowed to use the crossbow on the bow hunt. So we actually have a total of about 2,800 mobility impaired certified individuals who apply for the draw. We have 519 mobility impaired only licenses, right? And so we issue 519, but we issue 1,500 other hunts to mobility impaired certified individuals, right? So if we eliminate the crossbow portion of this and we restrict this further to be exclusive to sort of the mobility issue, then we essentially give actually mobility impaired people a better chance because they're competing against people who are getting this certification primarily to use the crossbow.
Thank you. And so I guess my last comment about that, and I'll make this personal, is I've hunted with a bow in the past. I no longer really feel able to do that. I'm not strong enough when I look at the rest of our commissioners. I don't know what our age class is, but I think I'm in the upper echelon of that. And I recognize that that's probably going to be true for me going forward, but I don't think that qualifies me for mobility impaired or getting some preferential treatment because I'm then going to use a crossbow for a smaller pool of applicants. So I think that's just supportive of the notion of removing that as a qualification criteria. I don't think that's a mobility issue. So I like the fact that the department is recommending that we remove that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Souls, I do want to point out that we do have the reasonable accommodation permit where on a hunt by hunt basis, an applicant can still apply to use a crossbow on an archery hunt. The difference is that it is essentially for temporary conditions. It's not for permanent conditions, but they could request that every year. So it's not like we're not allowing crossbow use on archery hunts at all. We would still allow it with the reasonable accommodation permit, which is at the director's sole discretion to approve.
Great, thank you for the clarification.
Commissioner Lopez, can I hear your thoughts on this?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So, I mean, I see the issue of a mobility impaired. In fact, a couple of years ago, I had a friend of mine who actually did have a mobility impaired tag. He was in fact, all the brothers, all of them were cancer survivors, and you know, they could walk. One of them could walk a certain distance. So, I see the benefits of it. But it does concern me that some, especially what Assistant Chief Chad Nelson said, that some, you know, again, find a loophole or try to exploit. As he said, they apply for the bow hunts, which are the most coveted hunts in, you know, that we have in our state. So I agree that, you know, the rules are good. And I do have one question, though, other than that. Chad, can you tell me why was the Iraqi, and this might have been asked, I'm sorry, I was on a phone call with the nurse. Why was the Iraqi Afghanistan veteran status removed from rule in 2018?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez. So essentially, it appears that we got our wires crossed. You may remember, well, you probably don't remember, but in 2018, I presented 1931-3, and I mentioned that we, in order to avoid duplications, some provisions were being removed. So in coordination with WMD, it appears that we both thought that the other was going to leave it in the rule, right? So I assumed that WMD was leaving it in the Oryx rule, and they assumed that I was leaving it in the licenses and application rule, and we both got it wrong and took it out.
Okay. Well, I fully support that, bringing that in. I think our heroes need to be, you know, rewarded in some way when they come home, and I know that's also a coveted hunt that once in a lifetime, and they've earned it. So that's all I have, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. Commissioner Kramer, do you have any thoughts you'd like to share?
Get to the icon. Yeah, I think it's a good change and one that we've needed. The current rule has been abused, and I think it's a good change for it. Terzio's friends actually were here this week and hunted on our property, and you know, those are the people that this was made for, the mobility impaired, and not the other groups that are trying to exploit it. And so I think it's a good change.
Thank you, Commissioner Kramer. Commissioner Bates?
I guess I was a little concerned about removing the part, say, for shoulder injuries, but then when Chad explained about a reasonable accommodation could be made on a case-by-case basis, I wasn't aware of that. So that really eliminates my concern there. I just, interestingly enough, last night when we were having dinner, I talked to a gentleman who's 70 years old, and he had badly injured his shoulder and he couldn't draw his bow, and he was able to hunt with a crossbow this year. And I thought, well, gosh, that'd be a shame if now he can no longer do that, but problem solved.
All
reasonable.
right. Thank you, Commissioner Bates. Commissioner Vesbach? Mute. You need to get off mute.
Thank you. Yeah, I like it. I think, the goal is the right one here to protect people who are mobility impaired from competing with people who are maybe pushing the system and trying to find loopholes a little bit. So I like that. I have and I appreciate Commissioner Souls raising the, assurance that mobility impaired advocacy groups and individuals will be consulted and get a chance, have the opportunity to weigh in on this before it comes to us. And then I guess a clarifying question, would we be looking at changing this potentially for the 2021-22 hunting season coming up?
Madam Vice Chair,
Okay,
Commissioner.
Go ahead. Assistant Chief Counsel.
Madam Vice Chair, Commissioner Vesbach. So we would hope to get this rule passed in December to be effective on January 1, because as Director Sloan said, we at least need the returning Iraq Afghanistan portion in place before the draw application opens. There is the additional consideration, the allowances granted by the mobility impaired card are established in 1931-10, which is the manner and method rule. So that would also need to be amended. However, it would be possible for that rule to be effective on 4/1 because that is the beginning of the license year. And it's not necessary for that to be done before the draw application.
Okay. And then, with the changed criteria, then describe to me how that would work for someone who, may be applying for mobility impaired hunts now with a shoulder injury. Would everyone get an email? They'd have to do a new permit. How would that work between January 1 and, the draw deadline?
Madam Vice Chair, Commissioner Vesbach. So going forward from the effective date of the rule, 1/1, we would not certify anybody unless they met the new criteria.
Okay.
Obviously if we make all of these changes, it would take several years to unwind because we have already issued a number of permits that were issued under the previous criteria. But if we remove the crossbow use, that is still effective. So you still can't use the crossbow, right? But we would have to honor the existing cards. And we currently have about 4,500 certified individuals. And of those, about 2,800 applied for draw hunts last year.
Okay. So
it would take a few years to unwind.
Okay. So and how long do those certifications last? Would they be grandfathered in forever or just there's an expiration date?
Madam Vice Chair, Commissioner Vesbach, they are valid for 4 years from the date of issuance.
Okay. Thank you for explaining that.
Madam Vice Chair, Commissioner, the commission could, though I think it would take quite a bit of effort, rescind, I guess, for lack of a better term, or require resubmission and recertification under a new rule if that was the direction you wanted to go versus, as Chad said, letting it unwind. With 4,500 applicants, if they all sent in their certification, it might be quite a bit of work. But that would certainly be one way to address the concern that I think you're raising.
Commissioner, go ahead, Commissioner Vesbach.
I just wanted to say that I was more trying to understand how it would work on a tight time frame. I'd also be concerned about, mobility impaired people who we want to have these special opportunities being put through a burden of having to very quickly try to recertify. So I think that unwinding makes some sense to me, but that's what we'll work through the process with, right? So thank you for answering that.
Director Sloan, I actually have a question now that you brought that up. So do we have to unwind based on the expiration date, or can we say we're going to contact everybody and give them a year's notice that they're going to expire? I mean, how does that work?
I think it's within the commission's purview to make that determination whether you want to give people until the new rule is effective, require that they recertify within a year according to the new standards. That would be up to you. I think what Chad is suggesting is that we probably have a number of those 45 that are expiring, 4,500 that are expiring this year, a few the following year, and that you could just let that happen naturally and then not recertify those that weren't appropriate. Or you could put in a standard into rule that said, as of whatever date, you need to recertify according to the new standard.
Okay. So Chad, you believe most of those people that are applying right now are applying of the 2,800 that apply, most of them apply for the bow hunt and to use a crossbow?
Madam Chair, so it's not really known whether they apply for the bow hunts or the mobility impaired hunts. We know that we issue all of the mobility impaired hunts. There are 519 of those. So we get plenty of applicants to issue those. We don't exactly know what other hunts people apply for, but it stands to reason that many of them would be bow hunts because of the crossbow allowance.
So I guess I'm trying to figure out, David raised the question about a mobility impaired person applying for a mobility impaired hunt where they get all this stuff to help them be able to hunt. And then they still apply for regular hunts and compete with everybody else who are not asking for this special hunt. Is that a concern still with you, Commissioner Souls? I mean, I don't even know how to address that.
You know,
So I guess I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No,
let's hear you.
Your comments.
So I guess I'm not clear on what the question is. I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, if I may, I think that the issue is that we do not have very many mobility impaired hunts, and we have obviously an interest in them. So those hunters are pushed to some other hunts and trying to figure out ways to make that work for them. I don't think the numbers are that large, and I also don't think that we have gone and done the analysis for that. We certainly can, and maybe just as a first step, we can fix the eligibility criteria, and then we can talk more about whether we should have more mobility impaired hunts, whether they are, what the statistics really look like in terms of how many mobility impaired hunters are applying for other hunts, and see if there's a problem the commission would like to address in that regard down the road.
All right. Well, I like the idea of talking about it. I actually have the date on that because I asked Chief Varela for it. But I think we should move cautiously so that we don't disenfranchise everybody at once. I guess is what I'm thinking. My only comment on this is that the department work with those disability groups to come out with a good criteria for what you have to meet in order to be considered mobility impaired. We're looking at what's been there in that first section A, and under section 2, item A has been, that was the original criteria even when I started at the Game and Fish in 1978. So I don't know how to make sure that we are not disenfranchising somebody else who is severely mobility impaired and will be severely permanently mobility impaired.
Madam
Chair, I would just second that. I just second that. I think particularly this pandemic's going to go on for a while, and last thing we want to do is put mobility impaired people through additional burdens in recertifying or anything before their time is due. So, but then, and on that question of, licenses too, I think it's a lot like the youth hunts where there's some very good hunts that get better odds than other hunts, but there's still like there's still other hunts that have better odds than those, if that makes sense. So, you know, for instance, people may apply for those mobility impaired hunts and put another one second, or even hunts like, you know, I've been on a Vividal bull hunt that's open to everyone who, you know, a mobility impaired person was hunting during that hunt. It's just a very good hunt, but it wasn't specifically set aside as mobility impaired. So I think there's just a lot of opportunity, even though it is very nice to have those hunts set aside. And I really do support the idea of making sure that people who they're intended for aren't competing against, you know, people who really aren't mobility impaired. So I appreciate this effort.
Thank you, Commissioner Vestbach. Are there any more comments before we go to the public? Commissioner Saul?
I guess just one thing, and that is, I think it's a very good point about what do we do with the 4,500 people that are currently certified. So I think, Director Sloan, this question is for you. Is it possible to review the certification document for those and find the ones that would no longer qualify, i.e. explicitly someone that says, hey, I've got 2 bum shoulders, so I want to use a crossbow. And we're now saying that's not so much a mobility thing. Or is that an unrealistic thing to do? And would that be a fair thing to do in terms of how we work through, if we have a rule change, what that does to people that are already certified?
Madam Vice Chair, Commissioner, I guess I would hate to put my staff in the position of trying to draw those lines without a doctor's certification. You know, I suspect maybe we could, although I'm not sure some of the older records where they are. But I think that it would be better to rely on a doctor's certification than our staff's assessment.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I totally agree. You would want a doctor's certification. So I withdraw that as a recommendation.
Thank you.
Just a final comment. So Chad, you'll be coming back to us with the new definition for mobility impaired, and we'll be unraveling the current, those that may not meet the criteria will allow their cards to expire, their certification to expire naturally. And I think that's all we're going to do at this point, correct?
Madam Chair, that's correct. I will present the final rule on December 3rd.
Including the Iraq, Afghanistan.
Including the Iraq, Afghanistan, and the mobility impaired changes, which we will get to work on trying to clarify right away.
All right. Chief Cherry, do we have any comments from members of the public?
We do not at this time.
Well, I just want to close and say that I think looking at this rule, I know it might be hard for some folks to think of folks they know who may not qualify, but I think it falls within the whole fair chase concept. So I appreciate the department staff for being very open to pursuing this. So let's move on to, thank you. Let's move on to the, general public comments in the afternoon. Chief Cherry, do we have anybody lined up for general public comments this afternoon?
So far we have 2, and we will start off with Michael Dax.
Hi, thank you, Madam Vice Chair and Commissioners. Michael Dax with Defenders of Wildlife. I just wanted to make sure all of you were aware that Defenders and Wild Earth Guardians and a number of other organizations in the state and agencies will be putting on the New Mexico Beaver Summit over the next coming weeks. The website is nmbeaversummit.org. And you could see the list of events. We're going to have 3 panels and 1 keynote speaker. We have Game and Fish staff featured on each one of the panels, and we'll be covering a range of topics to looking at the ecological and cultural role of beavers in New Mexico, looking at coexistence efforts, of helping landowners coexist with beavers, and also looking at recovery efforts through habitat restoration and translocation that the department has been involved in. And just drawing more attention to the role that beavers play, especially as we combat the impacts of climate change. Beavers play a critical role. And in 2014, then State Senator Tim Keller sponsored a memorial that was passed calling on a number of departments, I forget all of them, but Game and Fish, State Land Office, State Engineer, I think Environment Department, to develop a statewide beaver management plan. And so Utah developed a similar plan back in 2010 that is kind of held up as the gold standard. So one of the things that we hope for the summit to do is start to explore the efficacy of dusting off that memorial and seeing what a statewide plan might look like in New Mexico and how it could benefit both wildlife, fish, amphibians, birds, as well as helping the state to meet our the goals of the Climate Change Task Force and the governor's executive order from a couple of years ago. So nmbeaversummit.org, and we would love to have any and all of you attend.
Michael, when is the date for that again?
It's there are a handful of events, and just based on people's schedules and everyone's tolerance for long Zoom meetings. The first one is going to be the afternoon of October. Sorry, let me quickly call this up. I know it's Tuesday, October 27th in the afternoon, Friday, October 30th in the afternoon, and Monday, November 2nd in the afternoon. And then our keynote speaker is, we are still finalizing the time and date for that, but that would be after November 2nd.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you for letting us know about that. Chief
My pleasure.
Terry,
Next up, we will have Jesse Dubell.
Madam Vice Chair, Director Sloan, Chief Cherry, and members of the commission, thank you for this opportunity again. I'm going to try really hard not to be repetitive, but I would like to start by expanding on a comment Dan Roper made earlier about the department staff and their involvement in our work on this habitat stamp program. And I think it's appropriate to provide specific recognition to both Daniel Lusk and Jacob Davidson. The public information meetings that they held were fantastic. They were very informative. They answered all the questions. They were thorough, and they gave plenty of opportunity for the public to engage. They also joined us in some of our other meetings as guests to answer questions that we had. So really appreciate department staff, particularly Daniel Lusk and Jacob Davidson. Also, to Chief Linley's earlier point, as he talked about perhaps inspecting drinkers and using the database for maintenance purposes, I would just like to encourage the department to please take full advantage and utilization of your NGO partners, including New Mexico Wildlife Federation and so many others. We have a lot of volunteers who would love to be involved and go out and inspect drinkers if that was something that would be helpful to the department, to organize and get together on projects out on the landscape if that was helpful. So just know that we're here to support you. The third thing, as we work through the Fair License Adjustment Act, as I'm calling it, this is again going back to Commissioner Kramer's point about the urgent need for a license fee adjustment. There was a lot of mention about the fact that inflation erodes the buying power, and that's certainly correct. But the other issue with the way we do it today, and the reason I think we need to tie an adjustment, or tie our license fees rather, to the consumer price index or some other measurement of inflation, is because it becomes unfair to the license buyers. If we wait 15 years before making an adjustment, then that correction is so drastic that you really feel the effects of it. So the reason I'm referring to this as the Fair License Adjustment Act is because I think it's much more fair to the license buyers to have minimal, hardly noticeable adjustments on a regular basis. It makes more sense. It makes things more efficient. The thing that's crucial as it relates to this is that we recognize that the governor is not interested in raising taxes. We recognize the economic situation that the state is in. I fully intend, though, to continue working with the actual user groups, with the licensed buyers, so that it's very, very clear that the people who are enthusiastically pushing for this bill are the very people who are affected by it. I think by doing that, we can get a win-win. So the last thing I'd like to end with is just for any members of the public who are still tuned in and listening to the meeting, I would highly encourage you to please contact your federal delegation and let them know that we really need to pass the Recovering America's Wildlife Act. We've been working on this for a long time. I think it's really starting to build some momentum. So members of the public, please get involved, get engaged, and express your strong support for Recovering America's Wildlife Act. It will have tremendous benefits to the wildlife and the opportunities to participate in wildlife-focused events in the state of New Mexico. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jesse. Chief Cherry, I believe you said that was it as far as general comments.
We have one more, and that's Casey Spradley.
Welcome, Casey Spradley.
Thank you, Vice Chair Salazar Henry. I appreciate your guys' time, and I apologize. I had meant to chime in on your last agenda item or the one before that regarding the importation rule. And I guess I would just like to comment that as a private landowner and also as a rancher who has multiple use lands, including state and federal lands, I really would like to encourage you guys to not do away with your ability to review these permits. Specifically because when we talk about wildlife, it's interesting, most wildlife don't respect fences. They tend to cross over fence lines. And I think that this is an important process that we go through where we have input through the Game Commission as far as the reintroduction or release of non-domestic animals, because like a cow or a horse, they typically know that that's where they're supposed to be. But if you release any other species, whether they're grazing or carnivores, no matter what they are, they tend to not necessarily know about fences. That's part of the definition of domestication. So I think that this is an important process that we go through as far as transparency and allowing adjacent landowners to have input in what potentially could become a hazard to them or animals that they own. And that goes for everything. I mean, I work in the conservation world as well. And interesting enough, a lot of the stuff that we're spending money to get rid of now was introduced. Some of the salt cedar, Russian olive, some of those other things. So I think as a general rule, it's really important that we allow this public comment, allow the science, allow people to have a say in that process. And I greatly appreciate your time today. And thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to comment and to consider that as you go forward in this process. I'm happy to answer any questions or respond in any way that you guys need.
Thank you, Casey. Appreciate you taking your time to hang in there and comment.
Well, thank you.
Chief Terry, we're it.
Madam Vice Chair, that is it.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you to everybody who has been hanging in since 9 o'clock this morning, and even those of you that have come on late. We sure appreciate the time you take. Right now, we are going into our last agenda item, which is the executive session. And before I ask for a motion, I want to make sure that every commissioner knows that we have a separate link, correct? Chief Cherry, that was mailed to us, that we would leave this meeting and click on the new link and enter the executive session. So I don't want anybody to be lost about where we are. Okay, so do I have a motion to go into executive?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would move to adjourn into executive session, close to the public pursuant to section 10-15-1H8 NMSA 1978 to discuss property acquisition and pursuant to section 10-15-1H7 NMSA 1978 to discuss matters subject to attorney-client privilege relating to threatened or pending litigation in which the commission and/or department is or may become a participant, as listed in agenda item 14, subsections A, B, and C.
Director Sloan, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Vestbach,
Yes.
was there a second?
Oh,
Second.
Oh,
sorry,
I
you
second and vote yes.
Look, I just got the job and I already blew it.
I'm supposed to help you. Commissioner Souls.
Wait, I screwed up. I can't. I made the motion. I can't second it. Sorry.
I think I-
Sorry,
Commissioner Bates
Madam Chair, I'm
second.
not helping much.
I second.
Great.
Yep.
Commissioner Souls.
Yes, but I would like after this for someone to tell me if the link to the executive session was in the same email or a different email and who it came from.
Different.
Different one. It came from Lance Cherry. And it's probably Lance Cherry, not Cherry, comma Lance. Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer.
Yes.
Commissioner Bates.
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry.
Yes.
Motion passes with 6 yeses and 1 absent.
Before we leave, Valerie, do you have the link?
I was checking. I don't think I do.
Lance, can you forward her the link?
I certainly will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you on the flip side. Okay, we are back from executive session. The commission had adjourned into executive session close to the public. During the executive session, the commission discussed only those matters specified in its motion to adjourn, and it took no action as to any matter. So I appreciate everybody's time today, especially the public, and I think we did some great things today. So I will entertain a motion to adjourn and a second.
Move to adjourn.
I'll second that.
Move to adjourn by Commissioner Bates, second by Commissioner Kramer. Mike, roll call.
Commissioner Vestbach.
Yes.
Commissioner Souls.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer.
Yes.
Commissioner Bates.
Yes.
Vice Chair Salazar Henry.
Yes, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Mike and staff, thank you again for all your hard work. Thanks, Valerie.
Thank you.